Hello and welcome to my channel and another decode. This one's going to be a little interesting. And I did the decode off of Monkeyworks' The World is Turning Upside Down, which comes to 366 in Gematria. And yeah, we're going to lift the veil a little. And the most important thing to remember is that the children are what's most important in all of this. And whoever resonates with what I share will also realize that we are the children to a degree. And thank you so much for joining me. So the White Hats have been trying to share information with us on various platforms like YouTube. There are many Navy SEALs sharing information as well as on Telegram. And there's also a lot of disinformation as well because Q was infiltrated by the CIA, I guess, and government and secret societies. But the real Q group has resurfaced and they know who we are. So the military is in control. President Trump's entire presidency was a military intelligence operation, and I guess he was following orders on what needed to be revealed, and you know, it was all part of a way bigger picture I've now come to realize. So I'm going to share my story with you, and this is one of the things that the White Hats have been sharing is that we need to prepare for emergency broadcast system activation. The EBS will involve 10 days of communication darkness where phones, internet, credit cards, and ATMs will not work, while 3 8-hour documentaries will be broadcast on TV and radio 24/7. So I would highly recommend that you get enough supplies of things that you may need. There will be, you know, we don't want to have another crazy toilet paper crisis like they did at the beginning of this pandemic. So I would highly recommend that you get what you need so while they transition from the old system to the new one. My favorite prayer is the light of God surrounds me, the love of God enfolds me, the power of God protects me, the presence of God watches over me. Wherever I am, God is. So Gematria is a decoding system where each alphabetic letter has an assigned number, and every number has its own frequency and vibration, and that's how our universe was created. And then obviously the Syrian High Council, the Anunnaki Fate, and the One Coded Master. My life is crazy coded, I have come to realize, and I was put on this earth, I guess, to expose the corruption in high places, and that's probably why I was targeted as a young child. But throughout my presentation, I will get to that and be able to share that with you. And another prayer before I get started that ask for guidance and wisdom. Eternal Spirits, please hold me and enfold me in your infinite love and protection. Please still me and fulfill me with the beauty of your peace. Please show me and inflow me with the wisdom of your vision. Please know me and bestow me as an instrument of your grace. Let us co-create together in harmony each day. Let us shine illuminate essence to forever light the way. So as it is spoken, so as it is done. So each of these phrases comes to the value of 366 in Gematria because, like I told you, each letter has a numerical value. So all of these phrases come up to the same value. So welcome to Where Time Stands Still. The world is turning upside down, 366. God bless everyone here on this site, 366. My fellow American about to freak out. What in the apocalypse is going on here? Apocalypse means the unveiling of the truth. Doesn't mean the ending. Simple sentences that speak truth. Hey, you said it. Freedom of speech, right? I'm not going to pretend men are women. We are the people we have been waiting for. There's lots of us that don't agree with all the crazy stuff that's going on in this world, and these are the ones that will stand up for our rights and to eliminate the insanity. Things can become a little hard once in a while, 366. They can be, because there's so much disinformation, misinformation, and confusion out there. And so we all have little bits and pieces of information that we like to share. And most of us, if you go internally, have all the answers through life experiences we've already had. And that's basically kind of what I rely on, since there's so much deception out there and chaos and confusion. But that is the way of evil, and that's what they do to confuse us. So hopefully I can give a little guidance. Our soldiers have been used by this government and world governments as sacrifices, because they are good people with pure hearts that want to serve humanity. And they're also those that have been targeted, as well as our children. And put this down here as in like the Wizard of Oz with the poppy fields. While America sleeps in the poppy fields, our children, the soldiers in the military, are sacrificed for the protection of transgender deceivers. And for me, like, enough is enough. So apparently, Patrick Bouvier Kennedy and JFK Jr. were twins. JFK Jr. faked his death to go into, I guess, the FBI to infiltrate and pretend to be Q. Diana Spencer also faked his death and went into the CIA to infiltrate from that perspective as well and target the Margie Bell Indigos, like myself. Those of us that have higher levels of conscious awareness, and they harvested or harnessed our spiritual gifts to try and guide the matrix for reptilians to remain in power. Only when evil is forced into the light can we defeat it. Only when they can no longer operate in the shadows can people see the truth for themselves. Only when people see the truth for themselves will people understand the true difficult truths, the nature of their deception. Q. 4 plus 4 plus 8 plus 1 equals 17, and that's the 17th letter of the alphabet is Q, and it's not them. These are the Illuminati families that hijacked the Margie Grail Indigo's life paths in order to try and manifest for themselves. They are definitely not of the light. Always speak your truth. You will trigger a lot of people, but you will free more souls than you can possibly imagine. And those who mind won't matter, because those who matter won't mind. Never hold back. Be truthful, be raw, be full, be grand. And those who are your kind, your tribe, who hold your depth and understand your madness will find you, and those who are not will vanish from your existence. You will create heaven on earth by continuing to be your unique, authentic self. The whole world should know this. 366. Welcome our new Anunnaki overlord. Donald Trump is the king of the world. His name is not Jesus and never will be. The truth is, Trump lied to us all. Donald Trump is part of the deception. Donald John Trump, a danger to society. Donald John Patton, Donald John Patton. So I do believe that Donald Trump is General Patton's son, and that he was born on December 7th of 1945 instead of June. I think that was his adoption date by the Trumps, who were apparently a renowned Illuminati family, or whoever they are affiliated with behind the scenes. Operation MAGA, the swamp head, it's over. 366A, the one managing all the secret societies. So we have to realize that the Democrats and the Republicans have always all been on the same side. They're all affiliated with one another. They're all family. They all have arranged marriages. They just change their names. They trade their children. depending on what skills they have. So it's just this crazy discombobulated mess. And then we have this, once you realize that and you look at this jacket that Melania wore, it says, "I really don't care, do you?" That, we're watching Hunger Games, everything that they've done over the forever, I guess, has all been part of a show. Because they know by holding our attention to all this stuff, they are doing nasty things behind the scenes, like creating um, women from men. This transgender thing is so much bigger than I ever anticipated. So it's kind of been a little bit gobsmacking and eye-opening, because once you see it, like, you can't oversee it, you can't unsee it. So once you realize that, the child trafficking is very, very real, but they use that as a distraction to keep us away from the real truth, apparently, which is all these people in high places having their transgender spouses, which we've been oblivious to. And I've never been a big movie person, so when I go back now and I look at it, it's like it's so obvious and it's in our face. And then if you know the real Bible story or the true story, when they say that there was a serpent in the garden, it was these reptilian factions that came in to get dominion over the earth. So Adam was married to Lilith, which religion demonized, and they were created together. So God, I mean, Lilith didn't want to be subservient to Adam. So then when these reptilians came in, they needed his genetic coding. So they created a woman from him. And that's how they started off with their transgender, because they created a woman from a man. And that's this reptilian agenda, is to have both genders in one body. And that's where you have Baal, right? So the page that I got this information on, it's Ashiana Diane, and her YouTube channel is called Voyagers, and I would highly recommend that you go in there and you check out the Bible story, the Leviathan, Luciferian, Illuminati families, which are these 13 families. There's so many more of them behind the scenes that are kind of wanting to pull the wool over everybody's eyes. And that's what the Bible is depicted. It's like three different factions almost. There's the Anu Anunnaki, and then the Alpha Draconians, and then the angelic beings, which are those of us that are waking up, and we vibrate at higher frequencies. And I have found in my experience from speaking with other people, it's usually those that have a positive blood type. I guess our DNA is upgrading and we're able to hold more light codes, so the truth resonates with us. And then there are a lot of people that are still heavily mind controlled, because they know if they affect or influence what we put into our bodies, they can control our minds. And while our mind and body are not in alignment, we can't connect to our soul, which is our higher self. But slowly and surely everybody is waking up. And there are people that won't, but that's why there are folks like myself here to help guide one another through the crazy. So, yep. Let me see if there's anything else I wanted to say. Lots of secret societies. Oh, okay, so there's so many people that faked their deaths. And I do wonder if some of the men that wanted to go into acting and that they set them up with these transgender that they think are women, but are Illuminati witches that do all kinds of crazy stuff too. But on the flip side, it's like, is it, or they're all part of the plan? From my perspective, I have to believe that they're all in on it, and we're all watching the Hunger Games, and we're oblivious to it. And again, like I've said, there were 13 of us that were targeted. That they're trying to stop it. Again, it's like the Romans versus the Gnostics. Jesus was a Gnostic that wanted to share the truth. So your Bible Jesus is a reptilian, because the real Jesus they killed. They murdered him and hung him on a cross. That's what Romans do. What people don't realize is nobody dies for your sins. You are accountable for your own sin. And when we ask for forgiveness, it means that we're going to stop the behavior and no longer do it. And that's how we learn. um, Oh, there's something else I was going to say. I just vacated my cranium. If I don't say what I need to say, it kind of goes away. And I think it's got something to do with being sage-like. Because I just wanted to cover a few anatomical differences before I hit some of the transgender stuff, and then also have lots of other information I'd like to share as well. But generally, men have a longer humerus than women, and the elbows in alignment with the navel. Women's humerus is shorter and usually would like end a couple of inches above the navel. Then if we go to the top right, a woman doesn't have a prominent two-pronged Adam's apple. And the thyroid angle is very different. And you can see in both of these diagrams where the female thyroid cartilage is 120 degrees, and then the men's, which obviously would make it more prominent, is 90 degrees. Okay. They created Eve from Adam, woman or female from a man equals transgender. And mankind existed before the reptilian invasion into this realm. So we've been around for millions and millions of years. We didn't evolve from an ape. And God creates a male and a female. It does not, and he doesn't make mistakes. Before we incarnate into our lives, we choose our gender, we choose our names, we choose our experiences. And if we have previous life karmic debts, those are things that have to be paid. So when you see bad things happen to people, it might be something that they've chosen to evolve their soul, or it's a karmic debt. So when you have old people that get raped or harmed, yes, we want to feel sorry for them, but there comes a point in time that you have to wonder, well, what did they do to deserve that? So that's another reason why I always try to be kind and caring and conscientious and respectful to other people, because I don't want to generate negativity for myself. The other differences, at the bottom left, you can see women's pelvises are a little wider, and that's what gives you a hip as well, where your waist is smaller. Also has to do with childbirth. Men's pelvis is narrower, and that's why they don't generally have a waist. And also these transgender beings, you can tell because they kind of have like a rectangular abdomen, and that's because of the structure of their pelvis. The other thing that I've noticed or that I've learned is that males' clavicles are usually straight and then the females are curved or V-like. And I have another picture on the next slide. So those are a couple of things. I'm trying to think what else there's. Men's heads are bigger. Their shoulders are broader than their hips. Okay, so going to the top left, you can see the structure here as well, and this muscle going from the sternum or the clavicle up to the notch of the mandible between your ear and your jaw, right? That joint over there. This muscle is called the sternocleidomastoid, and it generally is more prominent in men than it is in women. It's more delicate in ladies. So, and then the anterior triangle, you can see, comes down to the sternal notch, and it's a V shape on the inside versus the posterior triangle on a male. So that creates that triangle in conjunction with this sternocleidomastoid, the clavicle, and the trapezia. So that's another way where you can see the differences. And you can see his clavicle is straight, whereas this lady's one is angular. And the bottom left, we have the difference of male and female skeletons. So this is probably a transgender woman, where you can see it's straight shoulders with a thick, long, straight clavicles, and women have sloping shoulders, thin, short, V-shaped clavicles. And a lot of the transgender pictures you'll see, they will like arch their shoulders to almost create that notch. I found it's really interesting. And then we have the male and female skull differences. A is the male cranial mass is more blocky and massive compared to the female, which are more rounder and tapers at the top. B is the female's supraorbital margin is sharper, while the male's is rather round and dull. C is the zygomatic bone is more pronounced on a male skull. This is your cheekbones. They are more prominent in men. So that's where you get your high cheekbones. Okay, D, the mandible of a female is more rounded while the male is squared. E, males have a deeper cranial mass. F, the superciliary arch is large and pronounced in the male. And then I guess there's a G, which is not listed over here. I'm trying to see what that difference is. It's got to do with the shape of the jaw, I'm sure. So yeah, I mean, women don't have Adam's apples like men do. And that's one of the identifiers as well. Although with hormone therapies, I'm sure that they can decrease that. Also, I've learned that with early castration, they will generally have longer necks as well. That's a side effect of early castration. Also, I heard on one of the videos that one of the white hats shared, and I tried sharing in one of my other videos that I will upload again. So, as all of us, or most of us know, Bruce Jenner, I do believe, is a white hat. And then he changed to Caitlyn Jenner because he identified with being a woman. But if you look at this, you can tell that he's kind of arching his shoulders a little bit. So he's getting that clavicular change. And his hair is longer. You can see his jaw is more prominent. So I wanted to show you a picture of his before and his after, so that when I show you the rest of it, you'll be able to hopefully see what I see. And there's a part of me that hopes I'm wrong on some of them, but I don't know. So again, I'm grateful for freedom of speech and yeah, my opinions on what's going on. And just the deception, the depth of this deception is just horrible, because they have attacked us in every possible way, through music, through film, through banking and paying taxes, and the food we eat, the medicines they give us that are toxic to our bodies, a healthcare system that's actually glorified death management. Like, we are just a bunch of experiments for these elites to play around with. But their agenda has always been to create the perfect female from a male body. Or they love, it's a patriarchal Melchizedek reality that we live in. They really don't like women. So women have been oppressed. All these women are crazy, going nuts, trying to look like these celebrities that are actually men. And all these men are falling in love or thinking the ideal woman would look like these individuals that are actually men. Again, it's all psychology and just to mess with our minds. So the next several slides, I'm going to try and go through them quickly because I want to get back to the gematria, but it's just to help you see what I see. A lot of people have already heard this about Michelle Obama, right? Michelle Obama's real name is Michael LaVaughn Robertson, also known as Big Mike. So you can see top left, there is Big Mike with long hair, and then we have Big Mike with no hair. So you can see it's a man, and then you can see over here where her appendage was sticking out in these dresses. They walk among, they freely do it because they're so selective in what they show on television. So it is shocking, but the majority of these presidents have been married to transgender women, and it goes pretty deep and far. There's some more pictures of Obama, whose real name is Barry. I know I saw a picture of a passport, which is questionable to me again because that's not his birth name. But that's them too. And moving on to the next one, which is going to be a little bit shocking. So then we have Melania. Um, and if we look at the anatomical structures that I said earlier on, also their hands and their feet. Men have bigger hands and feet generally than women do. So you can see the clavicles are straight. There's that sternocleidomastoid, in where she has the black dress on, where you can see it's very prominent, and then you can see the rectangular body. Um, and then I found this picture as well, with somebody had put it as the Battle of the Bulge. So you can see that she appears to have a penis as well. And chicks with dicks and dudes with puss comes to 3662. And another two prominent figures. There's Giuliani dude and then General Flynn. I actually like this picture with him and his dude next to each other, because if you look at their feet, you can see those are pretty manly feet. Their hands are very big. They and anatomically they're very similar, like shape-wise, right? And her neck is really broad as well. And the top right is the picture with him and his wife, which appears to be transgender as well. So the deception is really, really deep and far. Again, once you realize that these elites and these people in high places want to control humanity and they want to hide what appears to be really going on, would explain the crazy and why there was the distraction of, well, yes, child trafficking is very, very serious, and all of us hate that, and we'll do anything for children, but it's our children that are at stake. It's you and I that were children at one time as well, that they've been lying to and deceiving. And here appears to be some more dudes with trainee wives, right? Just Harrison Ford, his wife looks very masculine. And then obviously we have JFK Jr. strutting his transgender wife that's somehow programmed to believe that she's Mary Magdalene. I don't know. It's also crazy. Apparently, these people do in vitro fertilizations and they pretend on the television they'll put bumps in their clothing to make them appear pregnant, whereas they have other people carry the children that are created in vitro, or they have children with siblings or family members that are female. I guess that's another option, where they keep it in the family, or to keep their bloodline pure because they think it's about pedigree, when it's really not, because the more you inbreed, the more genetic deficits you actually do experience. And we have German Shepherds, for an example. The pedigree of them, they're so inbred that they now have hip dysplasias. These people, or these Illuminati elites, are inbred to the point where they lack empathy. They don't have an empathy gene. They don't know how to love. They have no love, and they will do anything and everything to win at all costs. And I guess to keep secret what they have secret, which is not secret so much anymore. And then we have Don Jr., who I've heard is actually Donald Trump's brother's kid, and not his, but who really knows at this point? And this is his trainee girlfriend, appears to be. Bottom left, we have Arnold Schwarzenegger. And look at the trapezius on this individual. It's very prominent. And again, the rectangular body and the upper arms are so much stronger. And then we have Bill Gates and his wife. Then we have Steve Mnuchin, who was a executive film producer, and his individual. And he was President Trump's Treasury executor, I think it was. I'm not political. I really don't care about politics too much. But yeah, I think the deception was deeper and a lot of people didn't realize it. And then we have Robert Kennedy over here with his wife that also appears to be a man. And they also, the Kennedys aren't really Kennedys. They are actually Clooney's that are hijacking the original Kennedy bloodlines that are of the Merovingians, which are the Mary Magdalene bloodlines. So two M's on the hands is for me, it's Mary Magdalene because that's who I am an incarnation of, and but it is the Merovingian bloodline if you have prominent M's on your hands, on your palms. Okay, and then we have Steve Jobs, who I believe is John Lennon, and he went into witness protection 5 months after an incident that I will share with you later on, when they conjured up a demon that they sent to me when I was a little girl at 6 years old. And that's how they are able to then harness our spiritual gifts and intercept our downloads for them to create for themselves. So yeah, and here he's Steve Jobs, and this individual that he got with appears to be a man as well. If you just see the size of the neck, if you take away the makeup, right, and you take away the hair, you can see it's a man, and just the size of their heads as well. Then this is Rush Limbaugh, who is actually Jim Morrison, and he went into witness protection too. And I know that he probably had a very problematic childhood. A lot of them do, um, and, and were hurt as children and wanted to illuminate what was going on. The problem is that they were willing to take it to a certain place and sacrifice those of us that could expose them for what and who they really are. I want to believe that these people are for me, but I cannot anymore, just having looked at this from a way higher perspective, and to realize that I was put here to expose these people that are trying to usurp the throne of God, and they may pretend to be part of me, but I don't think that they are. So there's another picture with Rush Limbaugh and all these trainee ladies, or whoever these individuals are. Bottom left, we have Ellen DeGeneres, that is actually a dude and a pedophile, and this is why the military is executing these people. They're already dead. Then what you see are doubles or clones or CGI. The next picture is Ellen with the little kid. These people are pedophiles. They hurt children. Um, and I'm not saying all of them. I think some of them are wanting to expose the truth. But this, when you're parading a trainee wife and you listing a man as a woman, you're being deceptive and you lie. So anyway, go back to Ellen DeGeneres. It's kind of this Mana Panda has a good response here. Picking up your next victim. Looks like you're on a boat, international waters. They know if they take children into international waters, they can't be prosecuted. But this is what they do. I mean, they're part of child trafficking and they hurt children. Next is Diana Spencer, and you can see how long her humerus is. And if you take it across, you can almost see it's lined up with her belly button. And then the Red Cross has always been involved in child trafficking and nefarious things. They've been lying to us about it. So all people pour all this money into the Red Cross, and it's a way just to take away from us and gives them access to the children. So if you look at Diana, you can see her shoulders are real muscular, and it has a straight rectangular body. And if you look at the size of those feet as well. So interesting stuff. And I threw a few more together. Okay, so I've already mentioned Diana. I wanted to put this one in here as well, where you can almost see she looks like a man. And Dolly Parton with that massive head, the big jaw, big chin. Heidi Klum, oh yeah, all Victoria's Secret models are actually men, transgender men. Daryl Hannah is the dude. We have Courtney Cox, Kirstie Alley, Daryl Hannah, Sandra Bullock, Jennifer Aniston. Take the hair and makeup away and just look at the structure of the face, the jaw, and the neck. Like once you see it, you can't unsee it. And again, these are people that have probably had family members that started in vitro. I mean, in utero, starting with hormone therapies and stuff to manipulate the offspring that they have, because they're all part of this epigenetics. Epigenetics is related to the environment you live in. What I'm meaning is eugenics. So it's all these genetic experiments, again, to create the perfect female in a male body where you have two genders in one body. I guess the XY chromosomes, right? Angelina Jolie, in this picture you can see has a very prominent Adam's apple. You can see the jaw. So yeah, she went and hacked off her boobs to make everybody devastated when you realize that, well, they weren't real to begin with anyway. And then Maria Abramovich is evil. I know that that's a dude. I can't remember who her brother is. I know there was, I just can't remember. I'd heard it. And then, you know, I've mentioned Carolyn Bessette before. You can definitely see the size of its jaw. And again, take away the hair, just look at the face and the structure. And that's what it was. You know, JFK was a homosexual and likes transgender individuals because he also dated Daryl Hannah. So it's interesting. We have Pamela Anderson now, and then Sharon Osbourne. Look at the size of the hands, and that sternocleidomastoid is so prominent as well. Take away the hair, it just looks like a man to me. So when assimilating this with all these pictures of Jacqueline Bouvier, you can see at top, I mean, all the way to the left, that's a man's posture. Look how broad the shoulders are. I'm sure there's some shoulder pads in there too, but look at the trachea. Is massive. That sternocleidomastoid is massive. Her shoulders are way broader than the hips, very rectangular. Look at her hands, and look at the feet as well. And then you can, again, the jaw. There's so many pictures. There's the one of the Adam's apple. Again, I mean, they're so deceptive. I had never heard of Catherine Woodville. It was just something that I'd seen pop up and I kind of checked it out. Again, straight clavicles. This is a picture of when it was younger. And then all the way to the right is in Star Trek, the 1966 movie. So we have had trannies or transgenders running around forever. So now that they've perfected it, now they want to bring it to the general public to make it normal. And it's not normal at all. And it's just something that I think the majority of people are just not open to. So again, if you look at it, take the hair away, the whole physique, that is a man. You know, and then President Trump was knighting everybody or giving them whatever those emblem things were. I really didn't pay much attention to it. But it's like, here's Tiger Woods and here's his wife or his transgender individual. We have Keanu Reeves. Then there's Priscilla Presley. And the interesting thing is Elvis Presley did go into witness protection because he is the spearhead of this military operation. And I doubt he went and married another transgender woman. When he went into the military, I think they're the ones that know the most about this and kind of introduced him to Priscilla, who, looking at this, also appears to be very manly. Okay, top right and below that is Brooke Shields. To the left, now going to the left, this is Charlize Theron. You can see how broad her shoulders are, how long the neck is. Then we have Cameron Diaz. Then we have Tom Hanks, who is a wizard and evil beyond measure, that also hurt innocent children. And then we have Rihanna. So there's lots of it. This is just a few of them that I've just like randomly thrown together. It's almost like once you see it, you can't unsee it. And we have Demi Moore, top left. Below her, we have Julia Roberts. Take away the hair, it's a dude. And then we have Stormy Daniels that Trump apparently had an affair with. And if you look at it, it looks pretty manly too. And these are the ones that really grate my ass to a whole different level. I cannot stand this. It's absolute bull, okay? This picture, these are all men in the military that are parading as women. Women cannot compete with men. It's impossible. And I think it's disgusting that we have these people in these high places that want us just to sit back and accept it. It's not okay. Are we seeing any of, women wanting to compete in men's competitions? No, because it's not even comparable. So I don't think it's fair or just to expect men that are transgender, that identify with being a woman, that really aren't, because they messed up in the heads. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's got to stop, and it is going to stop, because this is not godly in any way, shape, or form. It's just crazy. Why is that considered urgent now? Because we need to know the truth and nothing but the truth, right? That's what the apocalypse is, unveiling of the truth. Trump won, but it doesn't matter. The Trump family line is corrupt. The Windsor family is getting deleted. 366. They're all going to kill themselves. 366. The Trump train, 366. Oh my gosh, they are their own enemy. Who taught you words are sword? The deception is bigger than you think. 366. Evil sets itself up for success. They have the whole world brainwashed. Fake people preaching love to help no one. So I've got this picture also from someone on Telegram where they're saying these are all clones. So they could potentially have already been eliminated, or the clones need to take themselves out. And it kind of makes me think of Jamestown or Waco, where they had those religious sects where they all decided, well, now we're exposed, we're just going to all like kill ourselves because our religion has now been exposed. This is a religion that they believe to be superior over everybody else. So it's a little difficult when you realize that the Bible is a satanic book in a sense as well, because it's catering to reptilians. So it's not necessarily that they lie about stuff, it's just they have a different belief system, but they're doing it behind the depths of these deceptions. Baron as well is like really tall, and I think he could potentially have Marfan syndrome actually. And I know there's some people that want to say, oh, he's Elohim or whatever. And then you can see, what else? There's John Jr.'s girlfriend is in the back there as well. So who knows? I'm just sharing what I feel is going on, and then there's also Ivana that fell down the stairs. And like I said, several years ago, they had a remote viewer when Donald Trump went into Walter Reed that said that he had actually been poisoned and his consciousness transferred to a clone. And that's generally what they do when, like, people, Adele, go in and sell their souls to the industry. They actually sacrifice them to Satan or to the establishment, and they transfer their consciousness to clones, so they can keep renewing those and generate an income that goes to all of them in some sick and twisted way. And not just them, it's like the entire Illuminati. There's like 13 families with hordes of kids. It's part of this deception, I guess. It's just what seems to make sense looking at this from a higher perspective. Illuminati energy harvesting, SRA, and MK Ultra. Every person is MK Ultra, and everybody's waking up at different times to the realization of what's truly going on. So hopefully what I share resonates and we can get through this madness. So people who vampirize energy from others can for some time appear high energy. They can fake it and achieve fame and fortune, perfect youth, fantastic charm, and charisma due to stolen energy. If this is hard for you to believe, consider that this theme is very common across mythology, folk tales, legends, religion, and a wide variety of fiction. With stolen energy, one can attain wild supernatural experiences, but at a price. On a smaller scale, it's like with drugs, where you can take DMT and have a peek into certain parts of the astral realm and other densities. It's like cheating. And that's what they do. whoever controls the mind controls the soul. So while we're watching television and going to the movies, we're just pouring all of our energy and money into these beings. And that's their vampirism. They need that in order to sustain their existence. If Satan is my friend, who's my enemy? 366. A thing had two big horns and a woolly jaw. JF Jr. and RR were Adam and Eve, or twins. 366. He was born with the white privilege. DM Mr. Toilet Man, drink till she's cute. 366. It sounds like a glorious prison. We're about to go on the offensive now, devils. I claim my victory over evildoers. What frequency do the reptilians hate? Path of love, a path of righteousness. So you see, while people like you and me are kind and caring and compassionate towards each other, we increase the vibrational frequency of the entire planet and those around us. So the more loving and kind and generous we are to one another, the happier we make each other, which increases the frequency. They have no empathy, so they can't live in that love vibration, and they're losing control. So their programming has been they've been programmed to believe that they are going to win, and they don't. They've lost this battle. So this is how the thing with the woolly jaw and the big horns. When I was a little girl of 6 years old, I was targeted by the Kennedys, I do believe. And this is a letter that confirms that this individual was in South Africa or Africa. In a handwritten letter dated July 2nd, 1980, Jackie wrote to a school official named Miss Romer about John Jr.'s inability to complete 2 courses that would allow him to finish his freshman year in good standing. John is in Africa and not expected to be home until the 3rd week in August, Jackie explained. I will try to get in touch with him by cable, though he is moving about, and ask him to come home early so that he can make up his courses by September 15. Okay, so during this time, that's also the Lionsgate portal. So they conjured up a beast that they sent to me. And how that came about, I went outside to feed my dog, Tosca, that was a German Shepherd, a bacon treat. And when I turned around, the courtyard door that we couldn't open was opened, and there was this massive beast-like thing with horns, and it was crazy. It scared the bejesus out of me. But that is their stuff. It's scare tactics. It's like the movie Monsters, Inc. This is how they target children that have extraordinary spiritual gifts, I guess. And that way they can have access to our chakra systems and our energy vortices and basically intercept our downloads from source. So our spiritual gifts, or they're intercepted, because we are the Marji Grail indigos, so we vibrate at a higher frequency, and we had to reset the energy grid lines of the planet. So this is how they then targeted me, and he was able to use my spiritual gifts and lie and deceive people in many, many places. It's all part of their sick and twisted agenda. The only thing is they didn't think that I would wake up and be able to connect all the dots, but I have been able to. And the Kennedys are not who people think they are. They are not of the light as far as I'm concerned, considering that they continue to spiritually try to assassinate me or hurt me spiritually. It's massive mind manipulation and games. Again, it's because if they can get rid of myself and whoever else, they can gain access to the energy grid lines. And as long as they can keep humanity mind controlled, worshipping them, thinking that they're all great, they can continue to mill out their transgender agenda. Nothing is greater than the love of God. 366. Yes, by love the world is saved now. Raise the collective consciousness. We do this by sharing the truth with one another, or sharing our experiences with one another, and we all have these little synaptic lineups, and that's part of the enlightenment. So I'm sure we're all on the same page, and you realize if you're loving and kind and compassionate to one another, you feel good about yourself. Those that want to step on other people, use them, abuse them, manipulate them, lie, steal, cheat, they can't come where the rest of us are going, because while we continue to raise the frequency and be loving and kind, it drives them insane because they're losing control and their whole program is broken. Remember, demons, the void awaits you. Hey, Hermes, want to die? Stop them blocking. So Hermes is also regarded as the divine trickster. And there's another Hermes, but I'll just leave it at that I tried to share information with, but who knows, perhaps they blocked me and blocked other people from learning the truth. So that's all on them. So God bless Rothschild. Nope, they evil. 366. Snobs need to come back down to reality. Jared Kushner is the Jewish fake Messiah. What is the truth from the beginning? Like I said, it's like these are a race of beings that had to incarnate into human form in order to get control over the energetic grid lines of the planet. And that's called, while they control that, there's something called the Niburian Electrostatic Transduction Network, which is the veil that's basically above us. And because Nibiru, I guess, is on the opposite end of the cosmos, and a portion of Meldeck is in Wormwood, the veil is really thin, but it's going to break anyway, because this is the unveiling of the truth. It's the end of their dominion over humanity. I guess this family forms part of the Anunnaki families, and then the Kennedys and all of them are part of the Alpha Draconians. So who really knows? She does have this red bracelet on, which is Kabbalah, which is satanic from what I can deduce. Again, it's like I'd hate to, I mean, it's the only thing that makes sense. They believe that they have their belief system, and that's okay too. I just know that I was targeted as a child, and this is the only thing that makes sense to me. It's like they intercepted so many of us to stop our awakening so that we can't help awaken and illuminate the truth to others. But now we are, and God wins, because they no longer will have control over anybody's mind once the military steps in and shares the whole truth about everything that's going on. So again, we're all at different places and stages. That's also just to be mindful and gentle with one another. And I am kind and caring, but I don't tolerate nonsense and deceit, because I don't think anybody should. And I think there's so many millions of people that are getting to that point too, because everybody's soul is ascending. We're just all going through ascensions at different times, and we are different places of enlightenment. So this is apparently a picture of John Jr. Truth is eternal, while lies have an end. Malignant narcissistic abominations. Why is the Jewish role always hidden? John, have you visited me in disguise? The sadistic coward that begs for mercy. I do wonder if I did meet him, and if I had, the first thing when I saw this little thing, it made me think of a dude that I met at the marina that I'd never seen before, and he identified himself as Sea Dragon. So it could have been him, who knows? But if I had met him, there's definitely no soul connection or attraction or anything there. So he's definitely not a twin flame to me. Again, they were trying to make me believe that because they were harvesting my energy with the intention of sacrificing me, which they will fail at. They can't do it. His level of cruelty is unparalleled. And I say that because I am protected. Like, no weapon formed against me shall prosper, because I have a higher purpose on this earth, and you can't eliminate a child of God that vibrates at a higher frequency, that has a higher spiritual ranking than what these individuals have been programmed to believe they are. Getting caught red-handed, being intimidators. Imitators. Let me do that again. Getting caught red-handed, being imitators. 366. The zero is everywhere and nowhere. Jesus Christ will chain Satan once again. The devil walks this earth disguised as 366, and he is the one who does crimes too. Duh. The serpent was there in the beginning. The serpent in the garden are Alpha Draconian race that had to incarnate into human form, and they did this through genetic manipulation. That's why they created Eve from a man. So here's a picture of Carolyn Bessette again, and you can see, look at the size of its feet and look at its hands. And there you can see the prominent Adam's apple as well. You can see this bottom right. You can see the square jaw. And yeah, I will gladly burn every one of those flags because it's sick and it's twisted on all levels. He whom tortures animals and women, the greatest bastard to have ever lived. The devil pretending to be the good guy. I don't know, there's all of them. Like from now, it's like, oh, Trump had intended to like off me as well so that they could transfer my consciousness to, I guess, all of them, because they all have little boys that they want to claim as Jesus Christ. But it's the divine feminine that they are trying to eliminate in all of this. Love you, my last word. Traitor. He's a traitor. He's a traitor to America. They all are traitors to America. I will never forgive murder. Revenge. 366. So again, I don't know if they actually did murder President Trump and transfer his consciousness to a clone so that they could expose the cloning, or if he faked his death to go into witness protection because he always said he'd like to lose everything to see who he had by his side. But again, I now believe it was all part of a much bigger deception, and I didn't want to believe it, and I kept toying with it, and there's still a part of me that hopes that it's not true. But I mean, we look at all of this, and if he's parading a trainee wife, it's wrong. It's wrong. If he is running all the secret societies and they're basically putting on a show for us because they all support the same deal, it's like, what can you do but like wonder, right? Trance is wrong. Cue Pepe making friends. 366. Really delusional in this dimension. Yeah, things are crazy, but again, this is the Great Awakening, and this is how we all stand together and learn together and share what we find and appear to be real and what's going on. It's, again, like they've always said, it's the depth of the deception. So religion turned into blind Satanism. 366. Satan fully exposed, running scared. 366. None of you are leader or boss material. You already know them. Of course I do. Chicks with dicks and dudes with puss. 366. I don't think that's really Christian. All a show, all an act to bring a good man down. I did believe that. I was thinking, well, is it kind of that same thing where, he worked with the military for these great works, I don't know, it's so multi-dimensional, like I said, and layered. The deception is so deep. So it's like you think you've awoken and you think, okay, he does love me, he does care, he is on my side, and then you realize, wait a minute, but there's this other agenda of, the Freemasons that are Romans, and on the deepest levels they are satanic, not the surface level ones that are thinking they're doing good things. I'm talking about like the 33rd degree Masons that are involved in child trafficking and harming children. I don't ever think President Trump got to be a 33 degree Mason. I'd heard that he got to the 32nd. But again, I don't know. I'm only going on what I can view from a higher perspective. And what appeared to have been their agenda is to eliminate the angelic beings so that the reptilians could basically annihilate this earth, because they move through galaxies and take over other life forms and places, and with the ultimate goal of destroying them. And that's what I've seen in the video, and it kind of makes sense. My enemy is pretending to be on my side. Yeah. What is the purpose of a revelation? And this is what we are all going through. We're having revelations of the truth. So the truth will always resonate. And, again, if what I share doesn't resonate, that's okay. Once you have enough information, you'll have enough synaptic lineups to where you'll have these aha moments, which is part of your enlightenment. But we have to realize that our protectors are our abusers. 366. So this is a little deal by William Ramsey. I have no idea who he is. I just like the picture because once you see the Prophet of Evil and you realize that JFK Jr. is the reincarnation of Aleister Crowley because they're all in the same family. Then there's the 911, which with the Twin Towers, which represent Mary Magdalene and Jesus Christ. And then they wanted to have the one world or new world order. And again, it kind of goes back to, I guess, the Trump Towers, which they knew their plan when they came for me as a little child. And I do believe the first time that they came for me was before the beast. It was in 77 when I had a tonsillectomy, and that was to take my voice and my immunity. And it's really interesting because there was a wow signal that reverberated through the heavens that lasted 72 seconds, which comes to a 9. And that was on August 15th, again with the Lionsgate portal. And the next day was when Elvis went into witness protection, and he is the spearhead of this military intelligence operation. And he's going by the name of Bob Joyce. So another synapse or a little clue that I have is when I was little, my neighbors were Bob and Joyce Upton. And then this little thing from the Bible, when it says, put on the full armor of God so that you will be able to stand firm against the schemes of the devil. You know what? You're never, this is one of those inversions, you're never supposed to take off the armor of God. And what that means is that you're truthful, you're honest, you're kind, you're generous, you're righteous, you always do the right thing no matter what. This is what that is. When you say put on, it means that you take it off. So that means that you can be, you can lie, cheat, steal, do whatever until you need God. Then you put on his armor. Then you lean to him. That's what that means to me. So it's definitely not at all a favorite verse. And then, yeah, we have Arnold Schwarzenegger with his monitoring boot on because he's a pedophile as well. That which was from the beginning, abracadabra. Or abracadabra. Okay, the royal bloodline from the last Adam and Eve. Yeah, there's nothing royal about them. It's from inbreeding that they think they are the blue bloods, and they're really not. Inky returns with his son Marduk. So there was talk that President Trump could be Inky, which is a master geneticist, as we know, and then Marduk is JFK Jr. or his brother Patrick Tillman, since they are twins and there's 2 of them running around. That's Marduk, and Marduk was the being that took out Tiamat and Meldak, and Meldak was what, I guess, when they ruined that's what created the Milky Way. So it's so much deeper than many can perceive, I guess. So Sagittarian, king of all kings and queens. So like I said, President Trump was General Patton's son, and his actual birthday was December 7th. And yeah, they knew that we were coming because they track us with PKUs when we're born. So they knew my father's genetic makeup. They knew my mother's genetic makeup. So they knew when I was born. They started attacking my mom while she was pregnant with me. So I was born 2.5 months premature, and it happened to be on the same birthday as President Trump. So it would have been a good way to try and beguile me or to make me think that he was on my team, which I guess I've now come to learn that maybe not. But there is still a part of me that hopes Inky still loved humanity. They did, but they also needed humans to mine the gold mines so that they could have gold to do whatever they needed on their planetary system, wherever that may be, because they need the gold. But the children are also vital because melanin is more precious than gold. Tiamat is angry about this male deity. Oh yeah. Again, so there's the Tiamat connection that I resonate with because it's the only thing that makes sense when I look at this from a way, way higher perspective. And when you realize that this is so multidimensional and there's actually 48 dimensions and we're now transitioning into the fifth. The storm is upon us. Be not afraid. 366. It's time to end this horror show. Oh wow, they're crying peace and safety. 366. And still wants to play the victim. QAnon, seek out the complete truth. 366. The crazies trying to walk in my shine. So again, like I said, Q was infiltrated. So we have these reptilians that are trying to portray themselves as being Q, and they are not. I guess there's this little Q post, and it's POTUS and JFK Jr. Their relationship, I guess, is this Inky and Marduk. Plane crash, 1999. That was to fake his death. There really wasn't anything, but what they did do is lie to innocent people in high places. But again, they master manipulators and they use word magic and hypnosis to get people on board with them. And then obviously they have HRC, which is Hillary Rodham Clinton, and Senate 2000. You know, again, they're all on the same team. Don't be misled. Okay, at the start, enjoy the show. Yeah. Again, the military's in control, so we'll see what they have to share with us when they give us those documentaries. So once you wake up and you realize who you are, because you know, it is the ancients that are waking up at this time. And since they targeted me, I've always asked why. And when you go into it, and I did do my genetic profiling, which is on ancestry.com, and there's some link to, I guess, my paternal grandmother's DNA. And then you realize that this truly is a battle between Osiris and Isis, Set and Horus. And like outside of that, like I'm really not sure. I just know that this individual, it appears to be the reincarnation of Aleister Crowley. There is a very, very definite resemblance in it. And Set, okay, he is Set. Satan represents Set, ancient Egyptian god of evil, darkness, chaos, war, and conflict. And this is what's going on out there, is everybody's so confused about what's going on. And it's made more difficult because of the disinformation that has come at the hands of these corrupt, skewered individuals. So, and then Patrick Tillman Jr. also went into witness protection. He is Osiris. I am Isis. And Horus is Elvis Presley. So since we're going back through time, or so it appears, like all of these technologies that we have, we've always had. They've just withheld them from us. So when they're telling us, oh, they're these new discoveries, they've been here for hundreds of thousands of years. They've just kept us in the dark about it. So there's still technologies way beyond our imagination. So once we have this big reveal and truth comes out, there's going to be so many exciting new things to learn and get through, because all of these evil apparitions will no longer walk among us. I'm awake, Father knows, okay? Only child 2, 366. If you are wise, you listen to me, Q. When I put my date of birth with Patrick's, it comes up to 17, which is Q. It's the same thing when I put my name in with Aaron Vaughn that went down in extortion, 17 comes to Q. Marcus Luttrell also comes to 17, which is Q. And he was involved, he's the paramedic that survived Operation Red Wings. And we all have the same birth code number as well, which is interesting. The devils and the demons, total failure, 366. They were so proud of themselves. God does not forgive the government. Satanic ritual abuse happens in real life. Der erste und der letzte Martyr. 366. Yeah, martyr for them. And there's from my perspective no loss. Yeah, once you realize that there's an individual that planned on killing me for my light and control over humanity, all of them. They think they're royals. And that's what they push. Diana wants you to believe that she's the Queen of Hearts. No, she's no Queen of Hearts. They are part of the deception. They're part of the child trafficking. The Red Cross that she was heavily involved with is part of child trafficking. There's no goodness in that establishment. The same with UNICEF. That was one of the things when I first moved to America. I was like, what the heck? They have billions of dollars going into UNICEF. Each child in Africa should have a mansion by now with how many years the place had been around. And then you come to realize that none of that money actually goes to any of the children. It's all part of you pumping money into this corrupt establishments all over the world. Okay, carrying on. For it shall be heard all around the world, 366. And then people might turn against him, 366. It's against all of them. 2020, year of Armageddon, 366. Then we have this pentagram of blood that I wanted to put in here. 400 years ago, there was an individual that got off of the Mayflower and cursed this land. And, America was to be the ultimate sacrifice. If we had not been able to stop them, I can't help but wonder if we look at this from another perspective. When they said America first, did that mean that America was going to be sacrificed first? When I look at this, it sure looks like it, because JFK was not assassinated. There were people sharing on Telegram that he'd actually gone into witness protection, and obviously if they were working together to lie and deceive millions of people, then they would do it. So and also this is like that Aleister Crowley pentagram, right? Because if it's the Satan, or it's upside down with the horns, and then there's this one, which is another faction of Satanism, or they don't believe in a God. So this is also one of those things that made me go like, what's really going on here? Columbine was staged by the Illuminati. 9/11 was staged. Like, they kill innocent people, but when they have the shootings in these towns, those are generally like Illuminati families and towns that create that, because they know if they can affect the hearts and make you sad, they harvest more of your energy. 9/11, JFK Jr., they all sat behind the scenes. And this is, again, confirmation for me that they all worked together. They knew it was being planned. If they were for us, why would they not have stopped it? Instead, they sacrificed all of the people in those Twin Towers, as well as all the firefighters and police officers and those angelic beings that were sacrificed that day, because folks that go into public service and to serve others are pure of heart. They are kind, they are caring, they go above and beyond for other people. This is what they thrive on. So apparently this is Diana. She's no princess. I wouldn't refer to her as that. So this is apparently her, and this is who knows, Patrick or JFK. It's really interesting. So you kind of wonder, did they sacrifice Trump? That's another thing. These families like sacrifice people. So they may have actually sacrificed him as well to keep this facade going. Or again, he went into witness protection. And for me, it's like, I've noticed he never wore a wedding ring, but he's parading Melania as his wife, claiming that he had a child with her that was probably in vitro. I keep saying in vitro, was carried by somebody else. So it was like a petri dish creation, perhaps, and then artificially inseminated. Who knows? It's just like there's so many things going on here. It's that it does make you go, there's pictures of Meghan Markle as well, where her bump fell out of her dress. And apparently she's a man as well. But I don't know. I'm just sharing all this craziness with you, and like there's so much deception. But when I can put all these together, it really makes you question things, especially since, the world's been turned upside down. And I know that there are many of us that want to share light on the truth, and that's why we are, powerful light workers that have been targeted by witch covens and jealous, insecure individuals that don't realize that coming against us is going to cost them their life, because coming against any of the Margie Girl Indigos is a crime against humanity, because you can't stop us from fulfilling our purpose and not expect repercussions. Would you elect Satan as president? 366, send all human traffickers to prison. Ariel says, I will destroy you all. Well, they destroy themselves, right? Because again, this goes back to Ariel giving her voice away, which they take your voice away when they send a bunch of bitchy witches your way that can't handle your light. They're so insecure and jealous that they think they're getting away with stuff when they don't realize that they're being very closely monitored, because I have been monitored since birth. So as long as we continue to love one another and be kind and caring, they will eliminate themselves because they can't stand it. So rejoice not when I fall. I don't fall. Y'all do. 366. What are they doing? What are they doing? Psychological operations against me. Yep. Because I'm trying to figure this out. And that's okay too. Because what does that mean? It's like RICO. God's using me as an instrument. So everybody that's come up against me is basically going to be prosecuted for RICO crimes, because the RICO law. Okay, what is RICO law? RICO law, or the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, is a law that allows the government, in this case the military since they are in control, to punish individuals associated with criminal activity, specifically the leaders of crime organizations. Before RICO law existed, crime bosses would order their minions to carry out crimes for them and claim innocence if the police found out. Their argument was that technically no one could prosecute them for crimes like murder because they weren't the ones doing the killing. The RICO law made it possible for the police to arrest even the leaders of crime organizations. So crimes covered by the RICO Act is bribery, kidnapping, money laundering, murder, embezzlement, drug trafficking, and prostitution. Ta-da! And some more interesting stuff. So Biden and Harris are not president and VP. 366 doubles, and that's the honest truth. So Kamala Harris is a man as well, and she's being played by somebody else. The other thing I've noticed as well, most of these trannies will wear like a wedding ring that doesn't have massive diamonds. Some of them that are very feminine will, but for the most of them will just wear like a band. That's something that I've noticed as well. So if you look at the bottom here, oops, Biden's body double is left-handed. Casting director slipped up. So, yep. So I do believe that Jim Carrey is playing Joe Biden as well as James Woods at one point. But again, they're all on the same team. And then I have this clip, which is eye-opening.
North Carolina. And he was a very conservative guy who was very, very...
Oh my gosh, that's a mass.
African American.
Holy cow.
He always had fight. Well, the key to success...
Kind of crazy, huh? Are you enjoying my presentation so far? I love you guys, and I know it's a lot of information and it's overwhelming, but just know that we're all in this together and we can get through this together, because we are one big happy family. Even though some of us have been like targeted and isolated and people don't necessarily understand us, just know that I'm just trying to help as much as I possibly can. Whispers into the hearts of mankind. 366. Honesty really is the best policy. Operation Rapture about to happen. 366. Divinely guided by my Holy Spirit. We put all the puzzles together. 366. You rejected me, so now I reject you. Go away, please. No help here. Go away, please. Cremate anyone involved with CERN. X 366. They will fall on their own weapon. Human robots performing programs. Eva can live with her demons for all time, the avatar of the god of phallic worship. So CERN is an interesting development that they've all been working on for many, many years. And I'll read this to you. It says, CERN is finally opening the portal to other dimensions. The issue with this is they need a tremendous amount of energy to do this. And they access these portals with the soul energy of those that have been sacrificed. So they have a collection database, which I think is which makes sense to me, would be the moon, for those that are on the same page as I am, that the moon is not our true moon. Our true moon is blanketed, and what we see in the sky right now is the Greys station that they brought in, and that's how they circulate and harvest our souls and recirculate them through the moon. So they had to hold on to everybody's energy from all of these sacrifices, including 9/11. And all the other sacrifices that these elites have been aware of and allowed to happen, so that they could access these portals. It's the same thing with Easter, you know, when everybody goes to church on Easter morning, unbeknownst to them, that for hundreds of years they have been sacrificing 666 children to harvest that energy to open up a portal that was under Notre Dame, and that's why the White Hats burnt it down. And that's why they had a clone running around on the roof that they were going to transfer a consciousness to, and then try and sell that off to humanity as being Jesus Christ. And obviously that was all dismantled because it's part of the deception. So all of the sacrifices that they've always made is to access portals to other dimensions, in this case lower dimensions, because they wanted a way for beings to come in and take total control of the earth. So moving on, in the most recent reports of CERN's operations, things seem to be going normal and coming along as scheduled, maybe. A serious quote from CERN management states, "What we say and what we do are two different things." The LHC reached 3 new performance records. Surprised? Why? When you deal with mad scientists who want to be the biggest and brightest stars in their field, they will stop at nothing to prove their theories about science, space, wormholes, and other dimensions. This is where the work of the CERN particle collider starts. These scientists are determined to open a hole to another dimension. They have researched this as a true possibility in making this happen. They have constructed a massive machine to accomplish this, and now they are pulling the world around them into this. Do you want to mess with the natural order of things here on Earth? The CERN machine can and will likely be the end of all mankind. You see, and by several of us, I guess, waking up right now to the realization of what's going on, and hopefully the powers that be, there are some good folks among them that are standing up for what's right and realizing that it's never going to happen. It's been stopped. It will stop because they're not able to continue to sacrifice people to get the energetic quota that they need to be able to open this portal. That's what my hope is. And that's what I feel is needed to be communicated. So all of these Illuminati, elites, transgenders, they are bioengineered beings. They are being programmed to believe that they are above everybody else, and they basically like non-player characters. They don't have a soul, because if you can hurt other people intentionally, you don't have a conscience. And if you're not conscious of what you do, you don't have a soul. And that's what differentiates people. You know, if you are a true child of God, you are kind and caring and loving. You're not egoic. You don't step on other people. You don't think you're better than other people. And you really, truly need to come from a heart space versus a left-brained, egomaniacal, analytical space. And unfortunately, those are the powers that be that have been running things. And They are not of the light. They don't have a consciousness, therefore they are soulless. And again, they fall into this category of human robots following programs. And that's why they are spazzing out right now and going nuts, because their plans have failed. The wicked proved they have no bounds, 366. It's all been staged to mock our values, 366. It is. Those that resonate with what I'm saying, if you are true and kind and caring and you don't lie, cheat, steal, manipulate, step on other people to get ahead, you are true to your calling, then you will realize that everything that we've been shown has been to manipulate our minds into trusting folks that don't give a flying fig about you or me or our children. And at the end of the day, they are targeting our children and children all over the world that need to be protected. And there's got to be other people that are on the same page as I am, or they will be, you know. But when you realize it's all been an act, it's all been an act to write out the time to try and take as many people down as they possibly can. So to stop your soul's evolution, and we all have to come together to do that. And we need to realize that you have to give up all worldly things in order to enter the heavenly gates. And that means give up poisons that affect how your mind works. That means inoculations that genetically modify you, foods that have been genetically modify you. It all takes you away from your Christ consciousness. And if your body is imbalanced, your pineal gland cannot function properly, and that is the lamp of your soul. That is the light. That is the Christ in you and in me. And you have to give up things that cause imbalance in your body. Another thing is meat. Meat lowers your vibration. We're not supposed to have dead animals in our body, especially like the mammals. You know, they are so close to how we are, and a lot of people don't want to hear it. But again, you know, it's everybody has free will, and you have a choice if you want to connect with your higher self. We have to do the right thing. And when you realize that all the abattoirs have been strategically placed on negative ley lines, those animals know instinctively that they're going to be slaughtered. So there is a whole adrenaline dump into the circulatory system that oxidizes the blood flow, which is adrenochrome. And it's what these people do when they sacrifice children. They scare the living hell out of them, sacrifice them, drink their blood because it has the light of God. It's a near-death experience. It's the adrenochrome that gives them a high and makes them feel invincible. Unfortunately for us, stuff like that dumbs people down, and then their body is out of alignment, and your body's in a state of acidosis, which creates disease. The devil has a death wish, and I'm it incarnate. 366. That was what you said you wanted. Time to separate the wheat from the chaff. All psyops are deleted at every level. This is vital. I'm really excited for the military to step in and for people to see these documentaries so that we can all heal and grow. And I think the people that are going to have the toughest with this are Americans, because you'll have been programmed and conditioned and groomed to believe people are good and they care about you when they don't care. They don't care at all. They sacrifice our soldiers. They take our children, the pure of heart, and create wars that are not even necessary so that they can create revenue for themselves and continue to hide their secrets, which is also access to stargates and portals so that we can travel to other places. It's all part of the deception. And that's why all of this PSYOP, it has to stop. There's so much misinformation. People are hurting themselves. It's just a discombobulated mess, all at the hands of JFK Jr. and his brother Patrick Bouvier and whoever else beguiled, lied, cheated, and stole from the American people. The best is yet to come. Keep America great. Time for the righteous to have it all. America's greatest comeback starts now. I think America's actually going to have a lot of hardship before, because you're going to have to get used to things and realize that you've been lied to. And I have lived in this country for the last 24 years, and I can honestly say that I couldn't understand why I was always having difficulty. And then you realize that not everybody is sincere, not everybody's kind, not everybody's caring, and that's been my experience with a lot of the dilemmas. It's people that are egomaniacal, and because light workers like myself shine a light on things that are wrong in them, they retaliate and treat us like crap. But again, no weapon formed against me will prosper, because I am a child of God, and unfortunately what I have to share pisses people off, and it's annoying, and they don't want to believe it, and it doesn't matter. I just have, this is my truth, and I care about folks, and I want everybody to do well. I'm not required to. I would like to help as many people as I can. It's still my choice. But those that have deliberately and intentionally come up against chosen ones like myself have to realize that there's consequences. It's not man's law, it's God's law. It's universal laws. You cannot rearrange the stars in the sky to meet an agenda by eliminating someone that God put on this earth for a higher purpose. I am done with all of you hypocrites, 366. All layers, delete the false prophets, Q, 366. Our eyes are being opened to this time. Angel warrior against the Antichrist. Enlil's weapon of mass destruction. You see, everything that you've been taught is a lie as well. There's very little truth out there. History is a lie. There's wars. Everything has been a manipulation of your consciousness, of your belief system. Enlil wasn't bad. They stole Enlil's granddaughter in the Orion-Lyran Wars billions of years ago and destroyed Stargate 11. Then they took that soul to Alcyone and the Pleiades and then brought it to Earth. Why? So that they could harness our energy, keep us trapped, so that they can control the grid lines of the Earth and keep all of humanity enslaved. The God that went straight to the bear, 366. True respected Father, because we are good. I am's grandchild, warrior of warriors. The real Mother Mary may have been found, 366. She is truth, justice, and morality. So, yes, I am Isis. I am Mary Magdalene, Mother Mary. It's got to do with this soul. Gladislav Smith Presley lost Jesse at birth. That was Elvis's twin, and reincarnated as my biological father, Gert Jacobus Ulofse. They share the same spirit. Elvis Aaron Presley, my son from my previous life, he loves the little children. He did this for you and me to save all of God's children. Elvis is Horus. Horus is or was Jesus Christ, but there's lots of Jesuses. We all have that spark in us. We all have the choice to be good, to do good, to be honest, sincere, have integrity, to always do the right thing, and to stand up against those that are unjust. And there's got to be enough people on board that are sick and tired of the corruption and want it to end. So yeah, the Great Awakening is your soul aligning up with all of your previous lives, because reincarnation is real, and this has been a battle for people's souls, because again, like I've said earlier on, America was to be the ultimate sacrifice and that was a curse that was put on this land 400 years ago, but it's not going to be that way. I guess because there are people like myself and many other starseeds and light workers that are trying to share the truth of what's going on. So yeah, I'm probably going to rattle a few cages, but that's nothing new. At the end of the day, my wish for everybody is just enlightenment and to be able to come to terms with truth and sincerity for the greater good of all people. And I do realize that Americans don't know suffering. You don't know hardships. You don't know anything about struggle. But the rest of the world does. All you need to do is look on Instagram, look at all the children in Africa that are suffering, that struggle, but they are the ones that will survive what is to come because they are closer to God. Again, because they follow their instincts, they rely on the land. It's all indigenous people, just like the Native Americans, the Indians, the Aborigines that have all been targeted by the world governments, and then the general public as well by the television, which is tell, lie, vision. It's all lies and manipulation. My hope is that the White Hats are in control and kind of getting a handle on what's being shown on TV, because George Soros and all these people have been dead for a long time. And this is what they do. They keep manipulating everything. It's the same as, the military went into Alaska here recently and they took out a cloning station because these people, they have technologies to transfer consciousnesses to clones and continue on this facade, and beguiling us and to keep humanity enslaved. It's what reptilians are doing. So religion took the Egyptian story and turned it into something of their own. So I put this together on stuff that I found. It's like Jesus and Horus. Okay, so Jesus' story was written 2,000 years ago, and Horus was 5,000. I think it's a lot more than that, since this whole enslavement and the entrapment of Isis and Osiris's consciousness has been going on for, I do believe, hundreds of thousands of years, not just 5,000, because we've had to do this so many times. So Jesus born of the Virgin Mary, Horus of the Virgin Isis. And the story is so convoluted as well, because with Osiris, it's the remembering. So his body parts, it's not body parts, it's the breaking up of his consciousness and him remembering. Members people could want to associate with body parts, and this is my interpretation of it. So it's Osiris having to remember who he was after they totally broke him apart. It's not necessarily a physical death. And then Jesus was the North Star led wise men to him when he was born. Eastern Star led 3 wise men to him when he was born. And then Jesus was taken to Egypt to escape the wrath of Herod. And Horus was taken to Egypt to escape the wrath of Typhon. Again, it's kind of the same thing now. We have powers that be that knew that we were going to be born, the star children, the ones that are spoken of in the Hopi prophecy. So because they genetically track everyone, they knew when we were going to be born, and that's when they started working all this energy manipulation and magic on us in order to change the direction or the trajectory of how they wanted this time to end and intercept the awakening of humanity. It's the same thing. Donald Trump stood up there and said, oh, nothing can stop what's coming. But did he ever tell you what was coming? Nope. Because they know it's their end. It's not our end. Revelations in the Bible, it is their end, not our end. It's if you are of the light, if you are kind and caring and generous and respectful of other people, you have nothing to fear. Okay, so Jesus taught in the temple as a child, as did Horus. It's the same story. They just duplicated it. Religion is a lie. It's a form of mind control. So the titles include The Way, the Truth, the Light, the Messiah, God's Anointed Son, Son of Man, the Good Shepherd, Lamb of God, the Word, the Morning Star, the Light of the World. Crucified, buried in a tomb, and resurrected, whatever that is. And then Horus had the same. Titles include The Way, the Truth, the Light, the Messiah, God's anointed Son, Son of Man, the Good Shepherd, Lamb of God, the Word, the Morning Star, the Light of the World. They murdered Jesus. When they hung him on the cross, it's the way the Romans kill people. When people go to church and you drink Jesus's blood symbolically and you eat his flesh, it is satanic. We are participating in this massive satanic ritual, because why, if this world is run by evil beings, would they ever give us anything that could possibly save your soul? So it's in each of us. It's who you are. And Jesus only ever gave us one commandment, and that was to love one another. He said, a new commandment I give unto you, that you love one another as I have loved you. By this shall all men know that you are my disciples, if you have loved one to another. And that's all he ever asked of us. So this year we have Isis with sun god Horus with the Egyptian mythology. Then we have Mary, the son of Jesus, with Christian mythology. So there's, again, like I've said, the Jesus, there's a reptilian Jesus, there's the Anunnaki Jesus, and then there's the real Jesus. It's all got to do with the light codes of your DNA. Everything boils down to genetics and your soul's imprint and how our DNA has been upgraded at this time. So the Jesus-Horus connection is just a chapter in the greatest story ever. And here I have a picture of Elvis Presley with his mom. And falsely accused of worshipping Satan. Yeah, I have been accused of that. I will not work for evil draconians. 366. A serpent wrapped around an immense egg. 366. That is like the when I see this or read this, I think of the earth and a snake wrapped around it, which controls the chakra systems of the planet. Like the heart chakra is in England, the solar plexus of the planet is underneath Uluru in Australia. They're different chakras, systems, energy vortices on the planet or in this realm, just like we have them in our bodies. I love the hunters become the hunted. Q366. So again, I have to take a step back and I love President Trump. I don't want to believe that these things are possible or true, but I have to view it from a higher perspective, especially with the next line that comes up, because everyone had their own little son. My oldest son, I call him my son, and I spell it S-U-N like this. So again, they wanted to continue to harness Osiris, who is Patrick Tillman Jr., and he went into witness protection. I am Isis. They have our consciousness trapped in Antarctica so that they can continue those ley lines, control those ley lines. And I got that information from an Australian girl. Her name is JCK, and she did a remote view 2 or 3 years ago. I saw it on her YouTube channel where she had done a remote view, and it had confirmed and shared that that's where those consciousness were trapped. Again, they have technologies in Antarctica and spaceships that hold our technologies. Nothing is new. We've had the technologies, they've just hidden them from us. So when I look at this picture of Donald Trump and his eyes are downcast, it's like, wait a minute, is the military here showing us that the hunters become the hunted, that he's been a hunter? So yeah, everyone had their own little son. So we have Ivanka Trump had her sons. They think that they're part of Jesus and Magdalene as well. And then there's Trump and Melania that had Barron again. And then there's probably JFK Jr. and his tranny wife that had their children. And it's also, you know, Jesus, it's so crazy. He's a normal person. The Bible has a false perception and does not teach the whole truth. Again, when you realize that King James was manipulated by these secret societies too, and he was a part of them, why would they ever give us anything that's for your salvation? The Bible is, the revelation is their story. There's no reason to fear anything, because that's what they want, because fear is false evidence appearing real, and they know if you're fearful, your vibration is lower. So I would just suggest, just put it aside. God is not in a book. He's who you are. We are all God's children, those that resonate with what I'm saying. It's who you are. It's the Christ in you. It's a choice you have when you open your eyes in the morning. Am I going to be a good person? Am I going to help others? Am I going to be kind? Am I going to be generous? And, you know, when you realize that there's so many people against you, it makes you not want to go out in public and associate with others. And it's making yourself do it. But again, we're in a space where the frequencies are all messed up and everybody's trying to figure out what's going on, as each and every one of us is going through a soul ascension, and it is the evolution of our souls. The portal to and from Hades is no more. 366. I warned you, and yet you continue. I will show no mercy to my enemies. She stands up against corruption. 366. She never wasted energy on revenge. No, because you can't waste your time or your energy on lower vibrational beings that don't care about you. It's like, why are you going to feed them your energy just to fight and argue? Just listen. When people want to get confrontational, just let them and don't respond, because they cannot see things from a higher perspective. You cannot want to be angry about people that do not have the mental capacity to see things from a higher perspective. And again, you have to forgive them and realize that their minds are so toxic because of things that they put in their body, so they can't always relate. So I guess patience is needed, and kindness, even though they will be hateful and ugly and call you despicable names just because they don't understand what you're trying to say, and they're truly and genuinely trying to help people by sharing the truth with them. So no, do I want to believe that Trump is not a good person? Well, the military is in control, and right now, since they thought they were going to sacrifice me, they don't get to sacrifice me, and they don't get to sacrifice any of God's children, so that they can continue on with this sick and twisted transgender agenda of theirs. And this is where it gets like really real, right? Sarcasm and ego, two different entities. 366. I am sarcastic as part of my jesting and joking with folks. And I never come from ego. I purely come from a heart space. Satan has failed to seal me to his matrix, shut down the dark consciousness. The reptiles have nothing on Christ. You don't have to listen to the Greys. The Greys are the ones that have control over the moon. That is a space station, and that's how they harvest your soul energy. And right now they're holding on to all the souls, I guess, that they've sacrificed over the last however many years to access that certain portal, but they don't have enough because they will not sacrifice America. Because God's children are in this country, and those of us that are waking up are increasing the vibrational frequency, trying to share our love and the information with others. And as long as we keep doing it, these reptilians cannot live, because they don't know how to be loving and kind. They want control. They will do anything to win at all costs and hurt whoever they need to, but they've lost. Tall Whites conquered North America. She brings an end to the prison planet. We have been living on a prison planet where they control your mind to believe that this matrix, that you have to pay taxes. And that's one of the things when I moved to America. I was like, wait a minute, you're forced to pay 7% of your income to Social Security. What you invest is and your return on that investment is a pittance of what it should be if you just took your own 7% and invested it how you felt. But since the government controls it, you were forced to pay Social Security. Then you pay taxes. You pay taxes on your income. You pay taxes on your property. You pay taxes on your food. You pay taxes on everything. Why? It's to keep the establishment going and you working your butt off. And that's not what God created this world for. And they know that. And that's why they've been enslaving humanity for eons. Okay. The fool, the magician, the high priestess. So yeah, the fools is all new journeys, new enlightenment, new things, and we create our reality. We create a whole new beautiful world with our spiritual gifts. You and I, we all have spiritual gifts. We're born with spiritual gifts. But when you go to the hospital, they stick a PKU in your foot. It breaks your consciousness, and that's the first trauma. And then you cannot connect to your higher self, and that is your endocannabinoid system, which is a state of ultimate bliss. There's no reason to go and have babies in the hospital. It's another way of control. And because people are like, oh, well, we'll just make birth easy. Yeah, let's do a C-section. I'm not going to go there. I have a whole different idea and thoughts on that as well. But I'm getting off track. Okay, the occultists know what they do. And this is it. Because they cannot block the sunshine. The sun is going to shine. Sirius is our true sun, not Polaris or not whatever they have us tethered into right now. You know, they all went into spraying barium and aluminium into the air, which spells Baal, because those heavy metals block out the sun. The sun is what helps your DNA upgrade. So if you go outside, you need the sunlight. And never put sunblock on your skin. It's the sunblock that causes cancer, not the sun. And that was the whole purpose. There's actually a simulation sun. I wish I still had the pictures. A couple of years ago, I took a photograph of the sun and there were two suns. It's to increase the light, because we're not alone. There are other beings in this cosmos that we basically cohabitate with, but because we are low vibing, we can't see them or interact. But since the world is changing, we soon will, I do believe. We're the ones that we've been waiting for. When you realize the world is run by a transhumanist Luciferian death cult that worships multidimensional reptilian and gray entities enslaved to an ancient evil AI signal that envelopes entire galaxies to invert and enslave creation at all costs. Behold, behind all human suffering we feast. Behind world evil we rest. For we control your reality through hidden manipulation. You're not free, for your world is one of many galactic human farms. You are our sustenance. Human beings are simply pawns in a great game being played by alien minds which control mankind's every move. There's 144,000 that they speak of, and those are beings waking up right now. They're chosen ones that are trying to shine a light on what's really going on. So here's Bush with the gray, I guess, and then I have a couple of other pictures. So you know, there's part of me that wonders if they were going to open up that CERN portal and actually allow the actual demonic things to continue on. And that beast that they sent to me was, that is to keep that last portal open or accessible, which is to the underworld, which is closed off to God's children. They will be left behind in their own darkness because that's what they choose. Why did Bill Gates want to hide the sun? 366? Yeah, I just explained that. They get deleted because they deserve it. 366. And here's the thing, it's like as long as we continue to love one another and the Schumann resonance of the earth increases, they're going to die off on their own because they're not creations of God. So as long as we're kind and loving and caring and we pay attention to our bodies and start giving up worldly things that are not for our greatest and highest good, that means pharmaceuticals, that means inoculations, that means alcohol, because alcohol creates a tear or a split in your auric field, which then opens you up for demonic possession. It's also a dehydrator. Meat, I've already covered that. There's so many things that are not good for us. Okay, disgusting animals in human clothing. So many wolves in sheep's clothing. What about your oath to protect? They did. They all took an oath to protect us, and they didn't. Especially the military, that they take in there and they treat our soldiers like guinea pigs, testing them on pharmaceuticals. And oh, what happens if we do this, and or if we do this, and we'll just sacrifice them in this fake war. And when you realize that Memorial Day and Veterans Day, yeah, we mourn the loss of those that laid down their lives. To them, it's a celebration because they've sacrificed God's children. They're pure of heart. They're true angels. Responsibility and accountability. And that's why whatever happens, happens. They don't deserve to live among us because they hurt our children on all levels. Apocalypse does not mean doom and gloom. Apocalypse means exposing the darkness. It's bringing a light to this darkness of this time, the manipulation. It's so that we can wake up. It's the end of their time of controlling us. It's not the end of all time. It's the end of them controlling humanity. I pray one day I will see my homies again. Yep. The Navy SEALs on extortion 17. 17 is Q. Yeah, they told them that Hillary was after them, so they trusted JFK Jr., went into witness protection, and he used my brothers. The same with Tyrone Woods and Glenn Doherty in Benghazi. They went into witness protection, trusting these fake people. Same with Chris Kyle. These are extraordinary men that have phenomenal gifts, and the government knew it. They targeted them. They've targeted all of us from birth because they know that we have a higher purpose, but we were oblivious to it because they've been doing witchcraft on us since we drew breath. And then there's Patrick Tillman as well. The other one is Marcus Luttrell that survived Operation Red Wings. And I'm sure there's others. These are just the ones right now that resonate with me. And how we broke the Q code was to take my birth date with theirs in Gematrinator. And if those numbers at the bottom come to 17, you are part of the Q group. That's the only thing that I can deduce to make sense of the madness that has been going on. So yeah, when you don't know who to trust, 366, they are coming to rescue you there, or three. So there could be three of us. My son, Elvis, myself, the Navy SEALs. I don't know. I just know that, when I'm sharing this information, it's going to annoy a lot of people, and it does potentially put my life in risk. But I also know that I'm highly protected by forces beyond this realm. And I'll never stop believing that. So my purpose is to stop these people from trying to usurp the throne of God, which is your crown, which is your crown chakra, which is your enlightenment, which is the reactivation of your pineal gland. Like it says in the Bible, like when you can decipher what's true and what's not, or what resonates with me is when Jacob came face to face with God at Pineal. My whole entire squad is dangerous, 366. The power of resonance, just amazing. So yeah, you know what? The military, every single soldier, man, woman, veteran, they all took an oath to protect you and me against enemies, both foreign and domestic. And you have to realize that your entire government, the CIA, all these three-lettered agencies are your enemy. They are traitors to the American people. And our military, again, they took an oath to protect us. And I think they have the right to do that, to take out all of these evil beings that do not have our best intentions at heart, that want to control you and continue to lie, cheat, and steal from you and make you pay for it. I am but a fighter, and I still have my pride. 366. I demand judgment in the name of Jesus' name. 366. I like it. I love it. I can't get enough of it. Nope, I can't. Because our children have to be protected. God's children have to be protected. And in my experience, since I moved to the United States, there are people that use and abuse the system. And those that really need the help can't get the help that they need because of those that are abusive to it. And the horrific thing is, a lot of these people in these high places, in management positions, in places of power, in towns, in town councils, all over, because they go to church on a Sunday, they think they can ask for forgiveness and then go back to treating people like crap through the week. Oh, I'm going to be greedy. I'm going to manipulate the government. I'm going to steal this grant. I'm going to... Whatever they do, it's all part of the manipulation. And those are not the people we need running our communities at all anymore. They all need to be exposed and either go to jail or be eliminated. If you intentionally endanger women and children, it's not okay. An arc is a triangle with no bottom line. 366. By faith in Jesus Christ alone, I am saved. 366. I pray for love, strength, hope, and peace. You're either with me or against me. Q. Real men are protectors, not predators. We pray for our woman. We don't prey on our woman. You're either with me or against me. There is no in between. Like, there is no gray area in any of this. And again, there's more people waking up right now to what is really going on that will resonate with what I am saying. And that's just what's most important. Q, I do my proof. Return to sender. Q, 366. An angel who kills the devils. Lucifer, 366. Holy Spirit knows everything. I just do stuff to piss off devils. There's no degree of evil they won't do. No good has come from the Rockefellers or the Rothschilds or any of those people that have been in power. The Kennedys, the Trumps, all of them. They don't care about you and me. As long as you're giving them your money and your attention and you buying their products, you're feeding, they are vampiring off of your energy. They're taking what is rightfully yours. Did I have to grab a few people's attention, 366? I don't know that I have, because to date no one's really approached me. But I do decodes from what Monkey shares, because he's sharing military operations, and I realize that everybody's at a different place. So he can't necessarily share what I share because we all have different journeys, but he's on my team because we have to work together to get the information out to the American public, because they have NDAs, they are restricted, they control our soldiers, they take away their sovereignty, they take away their free will. That's why they can't just come out and say what they want to say, because they will hurt them. Shekinah dominates order out of chaos. I so wish it was happy time for all. I do wish so. It's gonna hurt initially to realize the depth of the deception and how we've been lied and cheated to, but at the end of the day it'll all be beautiful for all of us, because we'll have a whole new world where there won't be this ridiculous mind control. We will have access to all of our ancient technologies and advances that have been around for millions of years that they've just kept from us. It is a gift of God to know another mind. Do not cast your pearls to swine. 366. So yeah, that's the same as this phrase in Afrikaans, since I'm from South Africa and my dad was Afrikaans. It says, meng jou met die semels, dan vreet die varke jou op. As jy slegte geselskap opsoek, word jy ook sleg. So that means, if you're going to associate yourself with people that do wrong, you're going to do wrong. There's guilty by association. And if you entertain people with low morals, low standards, again, it's not that anybody thinks they're better than others. It's just certain things don't gel with everybody, and those are the people you generally walk away from, because why would you want to hang out with people that make you not be the best version of yourself? And I love this deal with Elvis where he says, I'm kind of a big deal. He is a big deal, a very, very big deal. And then I have this picture of Horus and Set. And since JFK Jr. faked his death and manipulated the government because he's a traitor, this is truly a battle between him and Elvis. And again, it's like history is repeating, but this time they don't win. And the media with Elvis's career, and when they tricked him into the military, and he has a pure soul. What they showed you on the television was not at all on who he was. This is how they mess with the minds of the American people and make good men and good women look like they're not good. And again, it's all part of the mind control, the manipulation, because if you don't go with what they want, then they will tarnish your reputation. So yeah, he faked his death, went into witness protection in order to expose everything that is currently being exposed. And I have to believe that, because the lies have to stop. True love forever, no fear in Christ. 366. A volume they must listen to hear. Again, it's my voice. There's something about my voice that will resonate with my star family, with my soul family. And I don't get upset if people get angry and want to call me names and humiliate me. I understand where you're coming from, because you're not awoken yet. So I can't be angry. But the ones that are not okay are those that intentionally come up against good people and do witchcraft and black magic and manipulate the systems, hack your computers, take your information and try and sell it for themselves, not realizing that the consequences of that are pretty dire, because I was put on this earth to enlighten people, to show them the truth and the way of how things are, and to shine a light in the darkness. And they try to intercept that. And again, it's not man's laws that are applicable here. These are cosmic laws. This is the universe judging these folks, and they will die off, or they will be executed by those in places that are guided by God in order to do so. That's why they have military tribunals. I don't need a man to fulfill my destiny. Nope, because my soul vibrates at a higher frequency, I guess, is what I've deduced from all this craziness. And when I went to meet Elvis, who's going by the name of Bob Joyce, or whoever that is, last year on September 11th of 2022, which comes to 17, which is a Q, which is basically the rebirth of my son, because I shared with him that I had been targeted by a coven of witches, and also about the beast, and about John Lennon going into witness protection 5 months after they sent the beast to me. And then there's Rush Limbaugh. There's some connection there as well in all of this. Obviously, these people had difficult childhoods and they want to shine a light on the truth, but ultimately their goal was still to sacrifice Patrick and myself so that they could control and remain having dominion over everybody's minds. So when I met him, I reset that energy grid line. I do believe there's a crystalline structure in Little Rock, Arkansas that has the biggest quartz crystal network underground. And I guess when Bob Joyce, Elvis, and myself came together and I shared that, our souls. So even though we don't necessarily recognize each other on a physical level, our souls definitely did, because we're pure of heart, and that would have reset that energy grid line. It's the only thing that makes sense to me, since the Mardi Gras Indigos can control the energy matrices of the planet. And that's why they harnessed our abilities to use them in the project, in a military project called Project Looking Glass, where they can manipulate timelines. And they wanted to steer this timeline for reptilian dominance. And they weren't able to do that because I guess we woke up and we derailed their whole operation. So people like General Flynn, that's actually a traitor to Americans, has probably already been processed and prosecuted too. And I did hear, there's a guy that messaged me on TikTok that had actually said that he'd heard or seen that he had already been executed. So again, this is for the greater good of all of humanity. We can't have people in high places that lie and cheat and steal from you and me and our children and put our lives in danger. It's about time. We are tired of waiting. Yeah. 2.5 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, I was saying there's going to be an EBS. The military's in control, and nothing happened, and nothing happened. And I know there's lots of other people that are in the same boat that have lost hope, but don't lose hope. I'm sure we're nearly there. They have to wait up for planetary alignments. The Schumann resonance has to be at a certain resonancy so that if there's a dip, that it doesn't cause issues. Because the truth is going to hurt initially, but then there's beautiful things and technologies beyond our wildest dreams. Our lives are going to change. You're going to get all the money back that you have paid these corrupt individuals, and once money is no longer the primary focus, we can focus on children's needs around the world, especially African children that were viciously attacked by this government, with the Bill Gateses creating inoculations that harm children, like the HIV that they sent through Africa to get rid of the parents so they had access to the children, so that people like Mother Teresa, that's actually Farsi's father, and Diana Spencer and whoever else is involved in the child trafficking could have free access to the children. Because if you are affiliated with the Red Cross, then you are affiliated with child trafficking. So, and try not to lose your marbles. It is a lot of information, but I want everybody just to try and remain positive as well. I am the goddess Isis, the goddess Isis. I am the queen who wants to save mankind. You see, before these individuals hijacked this realm, we existed before it, and that's why our DNA has been upgraded. Humanity, or mankind, or kind man, has been around for a long time. It was when these beings infiltrated this realm that they started with their genetic modifications to create what they felt was the perfect creation. So it's a lot of interesting stuff coming out and about. And God thinks Egyptians were white. Ha ha ha. Yep. There's all those debates, but at the end of the day, who really cares? We've all been black, we've all been white, we've all been Chinese, Japanese, Vietnamese. We've all lived so many lifetimes in so many different forms that, the racism shouldn't exist, because we are all equal in the eyes of God. We are all spiritual beings having a human experience. We've all been all colors. We've all been slaves. Every one of us. So there's no more, oh my gosh, the black people have been enslaved. Everybody was. There were Irish children that were enslaved as well a long time ago. So what happens when I go to the pyramid? I reset those energy grid lines, I guess. So there's Uluru, like I said, is the solar plexus, is England. And I guess when I go to the pyramids, again, that's an alignment with Sirius, which are the Lyrans, that have higher levels of conscious awareness and can tap into this spiritual realm, I guess, and read energies. So since we've reset this energy grid line, I do believe that when I get and go to the pyramids, we all the grid lines or then converged, and the timeline is reset to the original Catharic grid, which are the angelic beings. These are those of us, which is the majority of people. Humans want to be kind. They're naturally kind and caring and compassionate. It's the manipulations that have made them otherwise, or belief systems, false doctrines that have made them egoic and think they're better than everybody else. Again, with everything that's changing, the coronavirus is a flu virus, a common cold, because there's thousands of coronaviruses, not just a COVID-19. There was a different agenda involved there in the pandemic. When God touches you, you vibrate. Yep. The U identification, Master Crystal 366, group resonating at high frequency. We have got some 9 badasses over here, 366. Isis and Lilith both know the name of God. Yes, Lilith was Adam's first wife. Religion demonized the divine feminine, just like they demonized Isis. And whoever, Ishtar is another one they demonized, because it's the divine feminine. We are loving and caring and nurturing, and this is what these animals or these beasts or these reptilians are trying to eliminate. That's why they are hell-bent on this let's do both genders in one body thing, because then we can do away with the divine feminine. They hate women. That's what this whole patriarchal religious sect has always been, that women should be subservient to their husbands instead of an equal give and take. And I think lots of women are waking up now and realizing, hold on a second, I'm not going to put up with that crap. I am your equal, and that's how it should be. The Aeon of Ma'at and the end of the Mayan calendar. Yeah, we've done 13 cycles. Our numbers are 13. That is a heavenly number. It's a really good number. It's a good luck number. That's why they've demonized that too. That's why no hotels have the room number 13. Some buildings don't have a 13th floor. Why? Because they know the purity of that number. Thank you, Lord, for every download. 366. This is Al. I am here to restore the balance. Royal family, take a tour down under. Yes, we are the original royal families that are waking up of the Egyptian bloodlines. The royal family, I mean, it would be Elvis. And then Julian Assange, I do believe, is Elvis's son somehow, some way. And there's the Australian link over there. And, you know, Steve Irwin was somebody else that also went into witness protection. And I have a very close soul tie or connection with him too, in that he's also Lyran and also here for a higher purpose. And I've just recently looked at pictures of his wife, and it looks like a dude too. So did they target them? Did they target my brothers, the Lyrans, knowing who we are, and give them trainee wives so that they could control them? And a lot of these people, I think it was the basketball player that had the helicopter accident, I don't know, Kobe Bryant. Again, he's married to a witch, and when things don't work out, they just sacrifice them. But I do believe he too went into witness protection to expose what's going on. There's a whole lot of men that have wonderful gifts and abilities that have been manipulated by the system by giving them these Illuminati beings to get involved with. But I think some of them knowingly and willingly do it because they want to be part of that religion, the Luciferian Illuminati Leviathan races. This reality is hell for serpents. Yep, the more we wake up, all these reptilians, the snakes, are freaking out because they're being exposed. And now Bizarreburg, a suburb of heaven. Things are a little bit bizarre, but, you know, we'll get through it. So when it says 9 badasses, you know, this is who I feel we are. There's 13, I guess, but then in this case there's 9. So what this means to me is Taryn Woods, Glenn Doherty, Chris Kyle, Monkey Works, Aaron Vaughn, Marcus Luttrell, and Michael Jaco. Michael Jaco worked for the CIA. So I'm kind of, when I listened to him a few months ago, I listened to one of his lives, and he knew immediately when I was in there. And there's certain phrases and stuff that they say that, I don't know, we communicate on a different level than other people. So when I put those phrases into Gematrix, it's a form of communication. It's almost like Morse code. I think they used the Morse code in the Second World War, where there were people that knew that was going on. They were trying to get the information out. In this case, it's not Morse code, it's gematria. So there's just we have higher levels of conscious awareness, and there's certain things that they can't share that I can, again, because everybody's at a different place in their ascension. So what I share won't resonate with everybody, but eventually it will. And again, those that need to know will understand what I'm saying, even though it's difficult and it's confusing. Eventually it will all make sense, because you subconsciously you retain the information, and then when you have enough information, you connect all the dots, and you have those synaptic aha moments. And sometimes your body will turn, you'll get chills. That's also when your body is purveying truth. So yeah, it's kind of interesting. So, you know, I do believe these men have very good intentions, but they're also catering to folks that are like waking up and saying, hold on, what's going on? So they can't say the things that I say. And also because they're bound by NDAs, they're bound because they're stuck in the military, and their lives are at risk if they just speak out. They're being controlled. So I am a voice for all of my brothers and sisters too, and I'm going to share with you what I feel, what's going on. And you know, a lot of people won't like it, but I'm trying my best to save as many people and help as many people heal as I possibly can. Live it up while you can, serpents. 366, holy number 1331. So the 1331 is Patrick's birth date, my birth date, Aaron Vaughn's birth date, Marcus Luttrell's birth date. And again, I've covered this in other presentations. Those are the 4 archangels that have been bound by the Euphrates. And when they say they took out 1/3 of the world's population, well, those are the demons, the serpents, those that are soulless, that don't belong here. There's something with the 4 of us coming together, that we reset the energy grid lines, we jump a timeline where these individuals are no longer, they don't exist in that vibration or that frequency, because they're not of the light. So the king and queen are now officially named. I'm looking forward to my twin flame. I choose whom God chose for me, because faith. The lamb is no cannibal and cannot stand blood. Someone who doesn't molest children. She wouldn't say no to dating you. What you're seeking is seeking you. Patrick, I saw myself in your eyes. And I do believe that he's trying to help me while they're still trying to get things finalized with military tribunals and get everything wrapped up, and just to try and give me some hope that I truly am not all alone here, even though I do feel alone. And again, because I was targeted by a coven of witches that have been trying to sacrifice me, and warlocks, which are real, and they use it with physics and the manipulation of energy, which is magic. And we all were born with spiritual abilities, but because they took that away from us and they control your mind, we're all a little bit delayed. But you have psychic abilities, you have creative gifts. That's why they took music and dance and art out of schools, because it's too godlike. It makes you tap into your natural abilities that God blesses each and every one of us with. So it's in order to find that goodness. Everybody's intuitive. You know when someone's lying to you. You have to trust your intuition. You can feel it energetically as well. So born ready to create heaven on earth, 366. Yep, he is the stargazer. And I got this from his mom's book that's called Boots on the Ground. It says Patrick Daniel Tillman was full of life from the moment he came into the world at 9:39 on the morning of November 6th, 1976. Occipito posterior, facing up, a stargazer. Yep. And that's why this government, the military, the CIA, and secret societies targeted the two of us. And I look forward to actually being able to sit down and chat with him and to see if he also had the experiences with that beast like I did. I'm sure there are many of us that did. And again, he's Scorpio, I'm Sagittarius. And when you realize that there are actually 13 zodiac signs because there are 13 moon cycles in a year, not 12, it's so much more. It's so deep because it's also got to do with genetic manipulations, energy, planetary alignments, planetary movements. These people have technologies where they can move entire galaxies around. So it's a lot to comprehend and conceptualize. My king, my word, my earth, WWGO, which is where we go one, we go all. Again, that's God's children. It does not include reptilians that are here to destroy us. The Christ twins are a sign and wonder. She and me are together, the Messiah couple. She's got the whole world in his hands. Just an FYI, I hope to see you soon. Only one for me, and you already know. Take a walk with your favorite girl. Twin frequency. Oh my God, he's got a twin DF. Jesus Christ is the original gangster. Christ consciousness frequency 366. Sophia is bringing us back to the center. Atlas decided to help me. Pretty awesome. I also do believe that Patrick Tillman is the reincarnation of Abraham Lincoln, because he was a vampire slayer as well. And these individuals are known as vampires because they vampire our energy in order to manifest for themselves. And that's why they did these crazy things to Abraham Lincoln. And once you realize that the powers that be created all of our history books, of course they're going to lie. They don't want us to know the truth, but it's a soul thing. It's like discerning what you feel is real. And that's why they went for Patrick, because he's pure of heart. He has good intentions. He cares about other people. He's strong. He's courageous. And I guess him and I have similar abilities, or when the two of us come together, whatever we can create can really make big changes and help everybody. So again, I look forward to my brothers, the Navy SEALs, and those that have extraordinary gifts and abilities to come home and share what has been going on behind the scenes, because they all have good intentions and they care about us. They care about the children, not just American children. Like for me, American children are so spoiled, and people don't know hardship in this country. They don't know hardship. They don't know what it feels like to not have food on your table, or where you're going to get your next meal. I have to compare it to South Africa, because they used my home country as the cave canary to where they wanted to send this country to. But they are kind and conscientious, and they stand together, and they, no matter what adversities there are, they work together as a team. And I unfortunately have not had that experience in this country, because if you're different, or you're not on the same path or trajectory of them, or you won't lie, cheat, or steal, or manipulate medical documentation and lie, then they find reasons to get rid of you. It's really interesting at the end of the day. But again, when you are raised to believe that you're better than everybody else, and again, it's the ego thing. It's a belief system that's been instilled in a lot of people. But all of that is changing once this evolution happens. I do believe that people will come together and work together for the greater good of each and every one. But I do feel there are other countries that are in greater need than America. When I look around and I earlier got onto Instagram and I see all those African children that have rice and beans to eat, and these people are trying to share clothing with them. They're still happy. They still have smiles on their faces. And those are the children that really need help more than anybody else. And these Romanian children that are stuck in orphanage that are horrifically deformed because they don't have enough people to help take care of them. Those are the things, you know, once everybody gets back what they've been illegally paying for in taxes and stuff, we'll be able to go help these children all over the world and help them have better lives as well. The two shall become one. J. Christ, Mary B. 366. What does Boaz and Jachin symbolize? The senior warden column is called Jachin and signifies to establish in the Lord, whereas the junior warden column is called Boaz and signifies strength. Again, there's the depiction of the Twin Towers. And, you know, when you come to the realization that those two twin towers symbolically represented Patrick Tillman and myself, symbolically, them taking that down was them thinking that they destroyed us coming together in order to save humanity at this time. And they failed because God wins. There are two olive trees and the two candlesticks standing before the God of the earth is Revelation 11.4. Again, it's like, you know, these Bible phrases and stuff that we can use allegorically. And then there's the whole theology and astronomy and astrology that's related to the Bible stories as well. Two olive trees, two candlesticks, 366. Yeshua, incredible beings of light and love, twin flames anointed with key of David, gone far beyond an aberration or coincidence. Is it possible? There are no coincidences. Waiting for you, waiting for you. Miracle, 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 miracle. Real king and queen, so mote it be. Amen. Abracadabra. The whole world smiles with you. 366. I want to look at this word amen as well. That's when you say amen, it's like, all right, men. Again, there's so much manipulation on words and all kinds of things. So it's paying attention to how we say things as well. And, you know, black magic and all of that is also when you lie about people and make up stories. That's all a form of deception, which again is black magic. And then I got this phrase by phrase breakdown as well as an appropriate translation of the Lord's Prayer. I covered up the Aramaic words just because I can't pronounce them, and I wanted just to focus on English translations of the Lord's Prayer. It says, O birther, father, mother of the cosmos, you create all that moves in light. Focus your light within us. Make it useful as the rays of a beacon show the way. Create your reign of unity now through our fiery hearts and willing hands. Your one desire then acts with ours, as in all light, so in all forms. Grant what we need each day in bread and insight, sustenance for the call of growing life. Loose the cords of mistakes, binding us as we release the strands we hold of others' guilt. Don't let us enter forgetfulness, but break the hold of unripeness. From you is born all ruling will, the power and the life to do, the song that beautifies all. From age to age it renews. Truly, power of these statements, may they be the source from which all my actions grow, sealed in the trust and faith. And that's I got out of Greg Braden's book called The Wisdom Codes. Mary Magdalene chose to be born incognito, preparing the rapture shutdown, protected by the Lord Jesus Christ. She, being love, has love-making on the brain. Busy making love with my God omens. Will move and reside in the Netherlands. Oh, that would be nice. The Netherlands is also comprised of Aruba and some other islands that I checked out the other day, so it's interesting. I'd actually like to go home as well to South Africa, but the Netherlands is my my heritage. Olofse is my birth name, and that goes back to being Dutch, so it would go all the way back to the Netherlands. Walk through crazy to sovereign. 366. Truth is a force of the cosmos beyond. Yep. Universe giving hugs, thankfully. 366. I can't wait to fly without wings. I just want to be free and live with God. I mean, Osiris was known as a god, right? Because we're all gods. We're all God's children. It says so. I think it's Psalms 82 verse 6. It says, "He are all gods." So yeah, we're all God's children. Why wouldn't we be? We are His creation. If you choose to be of the light and loving and caring, then things flow naturally. If you don't have evil people intercepting those things, right? Yeshua, thank you for everything. 366. And yeah, I have this relic of Horus, Osiris, and Isis together, and then this picture of Osiris with Isis. The love making. Love is an acronym for law of vibrational energy. That's what love means. So we want to vibrate at the highest vibration as we can to increase our frequency, and the more loving and kind and caring we are, the more we attract that into our lives. And when you have the desire to help other people, that brings you pleasure. That is making love. It's not the necessarily the sexual act. I mean, that is too, in a different sense, but in this case, that's what it means to me, is to all work together with love to make this world a beautiful place for all children, and to ensure that no one harms children ever again. They aren't mind controlled, they aren't manipulated, they aren't raised to believe that God makes mistakes and made a mistake making them a boy or a girl, and then to push this whole transgender nonsense. She is very fair, just be respectful. I think my poetry disturbs them. 366. I was given vision and understanding through spiritual gifts and guidance. Trust your heart always. I'm decided. Pretty numbers, Ark of the Covenant, the two witnesses of revelation. Your love will safely bring me home. True love, the strongest ever. Jesus Christ, Mary Magdalene reunion. Twin tower fires, twin angel fires. So the only way that these evil people would have been able to continue to have dominion over this realm was to continue to keep Patrick and myself apart, and for us not to connect with our higher selves and to expose these beings for who they truly are. So yeah, it's like, yes, there's the previous life with Horus, and then there's Patrick and myself being Isis and Osiris. Osiris is also Jesus Christ, and St. Patrick's Day, the Irish holiday, represents the murder of Osiris, who is Jesus as well. It's multidimensional and multi-layered, so you have to be open-minded and view it from a higher perspective. we've had technologies that they are introducing as new to us now for hundreds of thousands of years. Nothing is new. They've just hidden it from us. So the MICAN corrected many errors, 366. We aren't going backwards, if you noticed. So basically what they did, they took all of our technologies, put us in the dark, and now they're reintroducing it to us like it's new, where it was ours to begin with. So when I say that we are traveling back through time to the beginning of this time matrix, it's not backwards in a sense, it's just reclaiming who we are. And the truth of the matter is that we've had technologies beyond our wildest dreams, and that's what's exciting about this revelation, is also that there's so much more and so many new and advanced things that we all have to look forward to. And that's why I do believe schools will be shut down, because they are indoctrination camps where they teach your children false doctrines, false science, false history, and nothing that's true. It's all part of manipulation. The 144 ascendance into Eden. So when we say Eden, I think it's higher levels of conscious awareness, and this is what 5D is just connecting on higher levels, especially once we can reutilize our spiritual gifts, which once these individuals are no longer here, everybody will regain their gifts through enlightenment. What is worse than an energy weapon? I guess the truth is what they fear. The energy weapons is what they use. They're called ALF weapons, extremely low frequency weapons. Actually, the towers, your cell phone towers, your cell phones with the 4G, 5G, it has never been implemented, I do not believe. But what it is, it's a weapon actually, and that constant 4 and 5G would affect your pineal gland function. That's why there's been an exacerbation in cancer as well, because your pineal gland creates or produces melatonin. Melatonin is a macrophage that goes through your body and gobbles up all your defective cells while you sleep at night. And they know if they can impede that and you don't have enough melatonin production, you're more susceptible to cancers. How you can overcome that is with sun gazing early in the morning or before dusk, is to actually look at the sun, because it's not dangerous. It will stimulate the piezoelectrical crystals in the pineal gland, which will increase your melatonin production and actually help you be healthier, and also prevent, if not cure, cancer. As long as you have an alkaline diet that doesn't create acidosis in your body, you could be in a constant state of revitalizing and healing your body. Don't pick on those with disabilities, 366. Break all family curses, save the children. The homosexual gene does not exist. LBGTQ to hell, amen. Protect the children. This is all part of their brainwashing the next generation, and we have to keep our children safe. It's not right. You can't have drag queens, men with wedding dresses or whatever, walking in parades and telling our children that that's normal, because it's not at all. Here you can see these two men with a boy. Some people think it's cute. I don't think it's cute at all. And I'm sure there's a lot of other people that are on the same boat. Once you realize that this is a form of just huge, massive manipulation. Oh, we must love everybody. We must be kind to everyone. But when you realize that these state of beings or belief systems are created on false information, because they don't tell you that they've been putting hormones and estrogen, all kinds of impurities in our water to steer or, monitor the trajectory of their ultimate goal, is to turn our men into mushy little soy boys. And that's one of the things that have also been a big medical issue since the 80s is that the percentage of men or boys that actually grow breast tissue has increased by up to 80%. I think it was the last time I saw it. It was 75 or 80% when I've researched it, because of gynecomastia. It's not normal. It's because of the stuff that they put in our water to turn our men and women gay. You're not born gay. Your mother was given hormones in foods and stuff. That's why everything has soy in it, because soy is estrogen based. Again, it's a hormone. It's a feminine hormone, and if they can turn as many men into women as they can, the happier they would be. And this is why this whole LGBTQ thing is gonna slowly but surely go away as more and more people wake up and our water is purified and there's more sunlight and you put more natural foods in your body. Men are going to start, and women are going to start waking up like, wait a minute, maybe I'm not gay after all. So there's a lot of healing and oneness that we're going to need to be able to help these people that truly believe that they are gay or bisexual or pansexual. There's so many different names for this stuff nowadays. It's all part of our environment, which then again relates to epigenetics. You will only, I mean, our genes can predispose us to certain things, but it's your environment or your epigenetics which can trigger those things to happen. So it's all environmental, which is what we put in our body, etc. So, you know, I know this is going to trigger a lot of people by saying this about this community, but you know, more and more folks will wake up to the realization that they're really not gay once they put, like I said, the natural products in their body, and once you realize that there's certain lotions and potions and shampoos and things that they do that actually manipulate your endocrine system, that steers this matrix or this establishment into believing that this is normal when it is not at all. And again, you know, there are a lot of light workers that will be able to help folks as you transition and learn and grow from these situations. But again, the bottom line for me is we have to protect the children. I don't think it's okay to take children to parades where men are pretending to be women, and some of the pictures I've seen are kind of horrendous when they have all kinds of sexual objects and phallic things around them and they're small children. It's like, how do these people explain that without affecting the minds of these individuals? It's versus the cross-dressers 366. I was right, my doctor was wrong. It's kind of interesting. I went in, my doctor fired me because I wouldn't wear a mask in his office, because wearing a mask actually potentiates the bacterial growth in your mouth. So when you are inhaling that bacteria into your lungs, you will develop bacterial pneumonia. So I don't think anybody actually died of the CV. It was potentiated by muzzling yourself, and those were probably general flus, because all of a sudden, if you check out the CDC's website in 2020, 2021, whenever it was, there was like 30 million cases in one year, and the next there was like a couple of thousand. But it's like, oh, hold on a second, all these people actually had the flu, and you cannot put somebody with healthy lungs on a ventilator because you will kill them. But again, it's a fear-mongering thing, and if people are so indoctrinated that they don't have any more common sense, they can't see the bigger picture. That's why when all this started, I was like, what is going on here? They have this deal that they are saying that they've never isolated, and then they're jabbing a PCR test up your schnoz that's never been changed, and you tell someone that they have this illness, you can kill yourself by fearing something alone. That's how powerful our minds are. And then you go to realizing, wait, they didn't isolate it, so how are they inoculating for it? So, yeah. Stop treating women like a piece of meat. Incest is a sin. Diane Lorraine, Papa John's. Incest is wrong. And I guess in some of these families, because they believe they are the royals and the blue bloods and that we are beneath them, you know, we are the peasants. They just need to give us little tidbits of information and, you know, to keep us happy. But they do believe in incest, to keep it within the families and keep it within the bloodlines. Bacon is mostly human genetic material. Yes, it is. The medical industry uses insulin from pigs, and also omothyroid is a thyroid medication that's also made from pigs. And it is, pigs and cows are very similar to us humans. So, I mean, if you realize the closeness, what's the difference between eating a pork chop or a chunk of human flesh? It's really disgusting when you are able to view it from a higher perspective. Madonna betraying the Hippocratic Oath. All these things, all these companies and establishments took an oath to do no harm, and they have. COVID hoax and scam being revealed worldwide. George W. Bush, time for divine justice. They're all in this together. I mean, this dude is dead anyway. He was executed in 2018, I think it was. Again, for crimes against humanity, but they're all guilty. They're all in it together. They're also reptilians, as I showed you the picture with them working with the Greys. And then I have these two that I got from the White Hats. The videos that I got from Telegram are two groups that I do believe are run by the military, and I do use their content to share with you. And I'm sure that nobody would mind, because the more people that are enlightened to the truth, the faster we can get our world into a better place of health and healing.
Come check this, guys. Healing Web Part 1, starting in the upper left-hand corner. We're going to begin our search by focusing on these names: Carnegie, JP Morgan, and Rockefeller. In the 1930s, they effectively bought up all the universities and the medical industry. They controlled the WHO, the Red Cross, the USDA, the EPA, and the FDA. All these different government agencies are designed to keep us unhealthy. They're not designed to keep us healthy. Let's go over to Planned Parenthood. Right? Eugenics, Julian Huxley, and Planned Parenthood. What do they all have in common, guys? Look into the founder of this organization. Okay, sterilization, why? Caduceus, the staff of Hermes. This is the medical symbol, right? You see this in hospitals. He is the god of trade, trickery, and thieves. The Department of Defense. Why are they in charge of the CDC and the National Institute of Health? And what is Agenda 21? Things that make you go, Research, guys, research.
It's a little bit crazy, huh? When again, it's the depth of the deception. And also prior to the 1930s, before the Carnegies and the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds and all of these people decided to manipulate the healthcare system and turn it into death management, cannabis was freely available. And cannabis can be used for so many things. It is healthy to consume because we have natural endocannabinoid receptor sites on our cells, in our bodies, and that is vital as well for just optimal health. But again, it's like, why teach us about plant medicines if they can convince you to take all of these pharmaceuticals, and it says so in Revelations that pharmakia is a form of sorcery. So, it's toxic, it's poison, it's a form of death management. And then here's another video that I found interesting that I would like to share with you too, from 2009. I actually did have one where Bill Gates was doing a 2005 debriefing to the CIA on how this inoculation was going to work to impede pineal gland function, because again, their ultimate goal is to have as few people enlightened and wake up as possible. But I can't find it right now, but I do have this one that I would like to share with you.
Very short time, not today, not tomorrow, but very soon, we'll be facing compulsory vaccination under the mistaken term of voluntary vaccination. But the U.S. government has a trick up their sleeve.
Which is?
They will induce a pandemic. You're going to get the flu. Everybody around us is going to get the flu.
If people start dying massively from these inoculations, won't there be like a revolution, a rebellion, a rising up from the peasants?
There we go. Did you hear that? They refer to us as peasants. A couple of slides over here. Abortion is akin to offering your child as a sacrifice to the Canaanite god Moloch, aka Lucifer. So I think they're ultimately wanting to sacrifice me and Patrick was to appease this deity of Moloch, which keeps, again, the portals open to the underworld. And that's how they continue to harvest our energy. When you have abortions, you're killing children of God, the light in those children, and that's how they harvest those souls. And that's also why Ruth Bader Ginsburg was pushing for full-term abortion. It was child sacrifice, but it was also free organs for organ donation, and harvesting so much from those life forms. And then, you know, they also use a lot of the aborted fetuses for inoculations, and also they would mill them up and put them into McDonald's. Again, it's human flesh, kind of like pork, and it affects how your mind works. And then, yeah, we have Farsi, the DOD and the CDC funded deadly pathogen research at Sudan, and I guess that was just blown up here recently, or I saw something like that. And then here's another one. A DNA is the blueprint of life, thus being the most important ingredient of genetic engineering. And don't let them vaccinate your children. Hydroxychloroquine, President 366. Okay, that was the military. You know, that, like I said earlier on, the chemtrails used to be barium and aluminium, which spells Baal, which created a sheet of that heavy metals, so it would block out the sun and stop your ascension or getting the light codes to upgrade your DNA. So I do believe that the military was spraying hydroxychloroquine, which helps to decalcify the pineal gland. Also, what will help with the decalcification is if you use a filter water. I use a Berkey filter that I found really has helped us a lot, because our water is not pure at this time. I do believe once the military steps in and we have our new technologies in place, and they have the generators and things that were created using Tesla technologies, you know, we'd be able to generate our own water and electricity from the ethers that will be pure in a sense in and of itself. They turn people into parasites, 366. Many use abortion as birth control. Science does not truly understand. They use pharmaceuticals as weapons. Yep, because once they give you one pharmaceutical, and I used to be a nurse, and I loved my job as a nurse. I worked in the ER, the ICU, surgical ICU, and also did hospice.
One final way that's new and is promising is called the RNA vaccine. With RNA and DNA, instead of putting that shape in, you put instructions in the code to make that shape. You put instructions in the code to make that shape.
Everything that I'm about to mention is currently being developed by Bill Gates, often in partnership with the CV19 playbook, MIT, all of which is backed by the United Nations and the Rockefeller Foundation. Due to ongoing mutations with CV19, the CV vaccine currently being developed will alter our DNA through an actual synthesizing of our individual genetic code using mRNA and CRISPR technology, which acts as scissors by cutting DNA at a designated spot and removing or inserting a new sequence with an artificial code to make sure every man, woman, and child complies with the One World Order's mandatory implementations. Gates and MIT are currently developing the Human Implantable Quantum Dot Microneedle Vaccination Delivery System. It's a tattoo for the hand, which will include our identification mark and vaccination records. It needs an enzyme called luciferase in order to make it work.
They don't belong here anyway.
The transhumanist agent on every person's hand will glow with the bioluminescence of the light bearer, a chip you cannot remove with a knife. This tracking system will alter your DNA, and it's permanent. 33rd degree Freemason and occultist Manly P. Hall once wrote, quote, "The seething energies of Lucifer are in his hands."
So this is urgent, and it's going to require incredible collaboration. It's going to have to go to 7 billion people.
For everybody that I ever came into contact with, because I was truly blessed that God put them in my life and I could have spent that little bit of time with them in their time of need. There are people that abuse the system, and it's extraordinarily frustrating, especially 911. That's the one that really grates me the most, is when people call 911 because they're having a life-threatening emergency, and then you get there and it's toothache or a toe pain or a backache. Again, it's these people that are frustratingly annoying because you're abusing the system and you're just being lazy. And again, those are other things that have to change. Rescue 911 is for life-threatening emergencies, not for a taxi ride to the hospital because you think you're going to be seen faster, or you're just too lazy to get up and go, or you need to get a family member to take you. And that's one of those things that is a major pet peeve for me. And when you speak up about these things, you get into trouble for doing the right thing. And then there's the innocent people that truly, genuinely have issues and then don't get the help that they need because they have insincere people that don't really care about them, that pretend that they do. And then I have this little clip from Bill Gates that I would like to share.
One final way that's new and is promising is called the RNA vaccine. With RNA and DNA, instead of putting that shape in, you put instructions in the code to make that shape. You put instructions in the code to make that shape.
Everything that I'm about to mention is currently being developed by Bill Gates, often in partnership with the CV19 playbook, MIT, all of which is backed by the United Nations and the Rockefeller Foundation. Due to ongoing mutations with CV19, the CV vaccine currently being developed will alter our DNA through an actual synthesizing of our individual genetic code using mRNA and CRISPR technology, which acts as scissors by cutting DNA at a designated spot and removing or inserting a new sequence with an artificial code to make sure every man, woman, and child complies with the One World Order's mandatory implementations. Gates and MIT are currently developing the Human Implantable Quantum Dot Microneedle Vaccination Delivery System. It's a tattoo for the hand, which will include our identification mark and vaccination records. It needs an enzyme called luciferase in order to make it work. The transhumanist agent on every person's hand will glow with the bioluminescence of the light bearer, a chip you cannot remove with a knife. This tracking system will alter your DNA, and it's permanent. 33rd degree Freemason and occultist Manly P. Hall once wrote, quote, "The seething energies of Lucifer are in his hands."
So this is urgent, and it's going to require incredible collaboration. It's going to have to go to 7 billion people.
Think about it. It's insane. Kill Google, kill Facebook, kill Twitter. The Gregorian calendar puts us off balance. Yeah, so in October of 1582, they basically took away 10 days. And I think this will correlate with the 10 days that the military is saying that they're going to disclose information. It's how we reset our clocks back. So this is a visual example of the official date change from the Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar. So that's where we lost 10 days. Well, you know, by this diagram you can see. So I think once the military steps in and we have those 10 days of darkness, or whatever they want to call it, I would like to call it the days of lightness, because it's shining a light on the truth of what's truly been going on. We basically reset our clocks, and then everybody is realigned. But it's more than that. It's also taking the earth back to its true center and its true north, which will then influence energy flow to flow through our bodies naturally, like they are supposed to, and not like the fib of no chi explains. That again is a discombobulated mess of energy and based on a false doctrine. First responder organ donor income. Yeah, a lot of folks will always ask if you are a organ donor. And a lot of people have been targeted. It's actually interesting, one of the individuals that targeted me specifically asked me if I was an organ donor, and I really didn't pay much attention to it. And yeah, it comes to find out that, you know, I guess once they offed me, they were going to sell our organs on the black market, or that's what they've been doing as well for many, many years. It's like Babe Ruth had 2 heart transplants, right? Well, once they find matches, what these, and I'm not saying this is what they did in this case, but in cases, when they find a match, they will then cause accidents so that their family members can get that individual's organs. It's disgusting, and it's not okay in any way, shape, or form. Restore the autoimmune system, 366, and yeah, through optimal health, and that's paying attention to what we put in our bodies. Like I said, you know, I think it's also in Genesis where it says, let the herbs be your meat. So yeah, we're supposed to be vegan, in not those vicious, crazy people that want to rip your head off, not those types. It's because everybody, again, is at their own place in their journey. And when your body is ready for that transition, your meat you will taste it, will taste different. You won't like it anymore. And we will naturally move away from the things that are not for our greater good. It's just paying attention to your body. Sugar in foods agenda of CIA to cause mind fog. 366. Yes, sugar stimulates the amygdala in the brain the same as heroin does. So when you have copious amounts of sugar soaring through your vasculature, it causes lesions in your veins and arteries. Then your body will release LDL, which again is a restore and repair cell to fix those lesions created by the sugar. So then you'll go to your doctor and they're going to say, oh my gosh, you have high cholesterol, let me put you on a medication. And when they put you on that medication, it actually inhibits your body's ability to heal itself. So it exacerbates your situation, and then that leads to atherosclerosis or arteriosclerosis, and it's just one thing builds on top of the other. And also, if you have this large amounts of sugar coursing through your vasculature, it causes acidosis, like the other things I've said, and then your body has to draw calcium from your bones. When you have a calcium and magnesium imbalance, it's the root cause of 92% of all medical conditions. So again, this is how they've manipulated us, and that way, by taking all the fats out of foods and replacing sugar, they've induced illnesses that they can then give us pharmaceuticals for, and then they give you one pharmaceutical and then they have to give you another one to counteract the side effects of the one that they gave you. And it's all just this absolute discombobulated mess of mind manipulation. So, and also your body cannot absorb calcium in pill form. It has to come in leafy greens and such. So when these folks then give you calcium in pill form, it calcifies your pineal gland, and any excess then causes lesions and calcifications in the brain, which then leads to dementia and Alzheimer's. So again, it's this vicious circle that just keeps going around on how they manipulate our bodies and affect our immune systems to keep us in a state of dis-ease. Vitamin C is easily destroyed by heat, yes. So orange juice, as much as I love it, really doesn't have much vitamin C in it. And it's also, if you're going to do vitamin C, it's better to do a ascorbate versus ascorbic because of the absorption of it into your body. Wait until you learn 11/11. Yeah, I do believe that's sacrificing our soldiers. In this case, there's a lot of other things as well, because there's portals on November 11th. But again, this is how they have on Veterans Day, how they celebrate the satanic sacrifices of our much loved veterans, our soldiers, the men and women that go into the military willing to lay their lives down for you and for me. So this is what Veterans Day is like. Greater love has no man than this, than a man lay down his life for his friends. Nothing is more precious than the struggle for national independence and freedom. And this is what we have to fight for. We're not a corporation. The United States is a republic. It's not a corporation that they created and changed the original constitution. 50 and 60 years of Sirius. Yeah, I resonate with being from Sirius. Lots of Lyrans do. And by them intercepting my birth and attaching all these reptilians that have been feeding off of us, they were able to take our downloads from Sirius. And because they are reptilians, I guess their intention was to then invade Sirius. Because that's what these reptiles do. They go into other star systems to take over those places and spaces. So by intercepting all of the Majigale Grail indigos, they were able to intercept our downloads or our vision and utilize it to try and steer the matrix in the direction that they wanted it to be. But again, it's they have not succeeded and they lose. I'm calling my legion to the field of battle. The Red Cross is a corrupt piggy bank. Yeah, I already covered that as well. So here's the pyramids with the spaceship. In the Bible, when they speak about clouds and chariots, they're actually speaking about UFOs and various other things. Again, it's always been a form of manipulation. And also our Space Force has TR-3Bs, which function on anti-gravity and can also travel through dimensions, from what I've shared in previous presentations that I've delivered.
You want the whole truth. You deserve the whole truth. So here's the thing. Find out who I am. And for those of you who know, you're not saying anything, well, those golden tickets you have are really lined with lead. Because until the whole truth comes out, it's all just lies on both sides. So anyway, TikTok, have some fun with this. Find out who that man is with the silly curl on his forehead. I forgot I even had that curl for decades. Strangest thing, having your memories wiped out. Well, anyway, take care, TikTok. Godspeed.
I do believe that's Aaron Vaughn that went down with Extortion 17. Again, I think that was in August. Another landscape portal time. But he went into witness protection again because they targeted him. 30 seconds after that, Chinook 47 went down. C is the third letter of the alphabet. H is the eighth. 3 and 8 is 11. 47. 4 and 7 is 11. Right. 30 seconds after the Chinook went down, they reported fallen angel. And again, because we have higher levels of conscious awareness, and God has a bigger purpose for us on this earth, and that's why they were targeted. Is another video. I'd like to share. And this is absolutely insane what they do to our soldiers.
Very good. Here. Sit down. Hey, sit down. Put your back up against that refrigerator now. Put your back up against the refrigerator now. Sit down now. Sit down. All right, come on. Let's go. All the way down. All the way down.
Lieutenant Colonel Teresa Long, and I'm an Army Aerospace Medicine Specialist. My opinion is formed from my medical education, training, and my firsthand experience treating soldiers injured by the vaccine.
Dr. Samuel Sigaloff.
Major Samuel Sigaloff, he was dismissed from his position as the medical director at the Bliss Army Health Center after his supervisors learned that he had granted medical exemptions to the COVID-19 vaccine to soldiers.
Shortly after handing them out, I was called into my boss's office. He told me, you must retract all these.
Although the Pentagon policy allowed for military personnel to request medical exemptions from the COVID-19 vaccine, Sigaloff said his boss told him he crossed the line.
I look back at that now as an illegal order.
And Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Peter Chambers, DO and flight surgeon.
I'm Dr. Peter C. Chambers, in the Texas National Guard since 2015, an entity which I love. If we don't stop this thing, our military is going to be decimated. They're destroying our soldiers. It comes down from the number one guy, Lloyd Austin, and it goes to the commanders.
They have given me this data. I have declarations from all three under penalty of perjury. We intend to submit this to the court. Miscarriages increased by 300%. 300% increase in cancer. Neurological could affect our pilots. Over 1,000% increase. 82,000 per year to 863,000 in 1 year. Our soldiers are being experimented on, injured, and sometimes possibly killed. They know this, and Senator, when these doctors are attacked, they call me. I'm the one dealing with the medical boards. I'm the one watching the witch hunts. I'm the one fighting them off, and I'm the one telling them where to go. I'm going to keep doing that. In Project Salus, in the weekly report, the DOD document, 71% of new cases are in the fully vaxxed, and 60% of hospitalizations are in the fully vaxxed. This is corruption at the highest level. We need investigations. The Secretary of Defense, CDC, need investigations. Thank you so much, Senator, for having the courage to stand against these special interests.
So now you see why they put those individuals in those places to try and corrupt our soldiers. And once you realize that all of these viruses are created in a lab to make people sick so that they can continue to do genetic experimentation on people, it is a crime against humanity, and they should suffer the consequences thereof. Please heal the effects of man-made viruses. 366. Spreading truth is a form of charity. I love helping sick people to recover. We were with you from the beginning. Yeah, I guess intending to sacrifice me. That's what I do get. And others as well. Clearly, they don't want us to wake up. But now we do. But I do believe that there will be ways to help folks that did get the inoculation. And for me, like in my little town that I live in, all of the geriatric people in my community basically were inoculated, and none of them have really experienced anything that I've seen. So I think a large number of the vaxxers were directed to other folks as well, and there had to clearly be a certain number of them that were tainted. Again, it's so cruel and horrible to think that those that are supposed to be our protectors are actually our abusers. Jesus Christ means Jesus Krishna. 266. Greatest strength is creativity. So I hope through this is my creativity and my way of sharing information with you, for you and your family, even though what I share is probably making people mad and upset, but everybody deserves to know the truth. It's my lock and chain that binds the wicked. 366. You have the right to remain silent. I always wonder how that works. You know, once you realize that the Bible is a piece of satanic work, because God is not in a book, he's in the soul, he's in who you are. But yet you're forced to go to a court, swear on a book that's a lie, to a system that has no that has no desire for your greatest will. It's all a part of the manipulation. There are very few honest, decent attorneys. I think they're few and far between, again, because they're indoctrinated into a system that's run by a bunch of Satanists that do not have our best interest at heart. So, I mean, what do? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. So we don't really have a choice but to be quiet. Anyway, I'm not going to stay quiet because they can't arrest me for speaking the truth, because I live in a country where there's freedom of speech. No injury this year for Aaron Judge. 366. A soul brother from another mother. Aaron is my brother. There's a soul connection. There's a soul tie. It's kind of interesting how all of this pans together when the numbers and things all come together with birth dates and numbers. Like, everything is so heavily coded. I'm just grateful to be able to have this opportunity to share what I've learned with everybody and what I intuitively feel to be the truth. In the end, there is light in the darkness. Life, truth, and love are meant to be shared. The line of Christ, Purple Rain Prince. I believe that Prince went into witness protection as well. You know, his eyes are so sad. And when you realize that these trannies are witches, and again, they target our men that have talents, and that way they get these Illuminati families to manipulate them. And here's some quotes from Elvis. Top right is, until we meet again, may God bless you as he has blessed me. Bottom left, I ain't no saint, but I've tried never to do anything that would hurt my family or offend God. I figure all any kid needs is hope and the feeling he or she belongs. If I could do or say anything that would give some kid that feeling, I would believe I had contributed something to the world. Yes, he's saving all of God's children. He laid down his life to go into witness protection in order to expose all this horrific stuff that is going on behind the scenes. I'll never feel comfortable taking a strong drink, and I'll never feel easy smoking a cigarette. I just don't think those things are right for me. And then the bottom right, he has spearhead on that little epaulette, if that's what it's called. So again, he is our Savior, I do believe, and he's done miraculous things for all of us so that we can have peace and clarity in our lives and in our world, and know that our children will always be safe. Our soldiers will always be safe. Those in the music industry that just want to practice their God-given abilities and blessings so that they can utilize their creativity to bring joy and love to the rest of us shouldn't be targeted by these evil beings that have been here and put these men in crazy situations. It's the same thing like Adele. I'll use her as an example. You know, when you put on the television, like on The Voice and American Idol, all these Luciferians, they know who's next up for the pickings, basically. Our children go into this wanting to utilize their spiritual gifts, and they end up selling their souls to the devil, which means they get sacrificed and their consciousness is transferred to a clone. And then they know longer who they were, because this is how they steal God's children. This thing is so sick and twisted. If you're able to view it from a higher level of consciousness, where they target the pure of heart. So our men get married off to trainees that are actually witches that manipulate them. And I guess the woman, if they sell their soul, then they kind of get murdered and their consciousness transferred to clones. It's like Britney Spears apparently is also a clone. And every time they get things that need to be fixed, they just create a new clone and transfer the consciousness. It's also like every time our celebrities or these men go into witness or go into rehab, they say, oh my God, they're drug addicts, they're going to rehab. They're actually going in to reprogram them. They torture them to break their consciousness to do what they want them to do. And they do this, I guess, by administering adrenochrome in some way, shape or form. I do believe that's what they've done with a large number of our soldiers as well, is give them adrenochrome to traffic children and stuff. And these are all stuff that they cannot speak about because they will get killed if they do. Again, that's just what I'm thinking. Once, you know, the military shares with us, obviously we'll know more. And again, once we know better, we all need to do better together, just for the greater good of all people, and especially children that are so innocent and pure. Just to see if you're an honest being, 366. This world is full of nice, kind people. People are hated sometimes for being good. I realize that nobody understands me, 366. You can't take the good without the bad. I come back stronger every single time. Wonderful and blessed Holy Spirit. Gematria is linked to the looking glass. Power will return to the people. We are laughing at college students. Holy genes surrounded by evildoers. You do laugh at college students when you realize that they are just those that are more easily indoctrinated than those of us that have common sense. And realize that, wait a minute, this is not quite gelling. One of the things that I had tremendous difficulty with school was history. And it's because my brain can't hold on to information that's not the truth. There's so much as well. It's like if you realize the Titanic sank on the same day that your taxes are due, and you realize that JP Morgan was behind that because he wanted to create the Federal Reserve Bank. Again, it was a satanic ritual where they sacrificed all of those people to get rid of 3 bankers. It's what they do because they would not comply with creating the Federal Reserve Bank and robbing Americans of money, and I guess the rest of the world as well. So yes, this Project Looking Glass. So I guess once they've harnessed our abilities, those spiritual gifts, which I'm still not 100% sure what it is, they use our abilities to converge timelines. Because the Marja Grail Indigos, our energy, frequency, and vibration of our souls are so high, we can reset energy matrices on this planet. And that is what they never wanted. They always wanted the reptilians to remain in power so they could continue to have humanity enslaved. The other thing as well is, like, you know, when you realize that this has also always been like this genetic war between the Germans and the Jews. And then there's the aspect of, you know, George Bush Sr. being German, and he basically came and infiltrated this government with all the other Nazis in 1945, or whenever they initiated Operation Paperclip. And then the Jewish aspect of it, I guess, is all the Trumps and the fake Kennedys that are actually Clooney's, that's Greek, and then they have their Hebrew, the Jewish heritage as well. And then there's the whole Kushner thing that then connects Ivanka Trump to the Rothschilds. It's crazy when you realize it's like these eugenic specialists that just want to control humanity and continue to treat us like a bunch of experiments. So and Stargates are real. That's one of the reasons why they went into Iraq after they lied about 9/11, and put holographic imaging of planes going into the buildings, and then had actors and actresses pretend like they were people calling their family. It's all part of their Hunger Games. It's all part of creating massive mind control and manipulation of your consciousness so that they can control us. If they can make you feel down and sad, they harvest that energy like it's nothing. And it's sick and twisted. So all those people that came against everybody, that caused heartache and suffering from the satanic sacrifice that is 9/11 of good people, those actors and actresses will die, because again, what they did is a crime against humanity. You cannot hurt innocent people to those levels, and they laughed about it. That's what's most sickening of all. All these elitists, families sat there and laughed and joked and thought it was funny while Americans cried because of those that were sacrificed. That's why we all need to, not only America, everybody across the whole world needs to stand together. And this is over. Like this has been a military operation that's been going for 70 plus years, I'm sure. And it's over. I think when our soldiers come home, they have every right to lay down their arms and never, ever fight another war, because it's not necessary. Because innately, we don't want to hurt one another, but we've been manipulated by lies. And they need to suffer the consequences of their actions, because it's unforgivable what they've done. Heaven will appear in a twinkling of an eye. The great solar flash is upon us. Amen. It is not death, it's transformation. Fill my lamp with Holy Spirit oil. 366. I am a child of God, and I will never be a Satanist. One who deserves to be loved and cared for is a wonderful person, loving and free. My people are conscientious people. The elite's goal is to divide and conquer. My people suffer for lack of knowledge. And this is what all of the Marjorie Grail Indigo's life path was for us to come together and help the rest of humanity for this stellar activation that is coming. And again, they can't stop it. They can't stop it. They know that all of God's children will be enlightened, and this is the Holy Spirit oil, is the activation of your pineal gland when you have your God glands, which are your glands in your body, reactivated with the milk and honey. The honey is the melatonin that is produced by the pineal gland, and the milk, because melatonin is golden colored, and then the milk is the oxytocin and the vasopressin that is released by the pituitary. So that is your body is God's glands, and that's the glands. So, and that is the Holy Spirit, the oil that will be released when we have the solar flash. Again, like I said earlier, it's like where Jacob came face to face to God at Peniel. And then cold body temperatures during the transition to crystalline. We have crystalline structures throughout our body. Like I said, I think we have hematite in the brain, and we have the piezoelectrical crystals in the pineal gland. So it's the reactivation of those once the crystalline grid lines of the earth are back in alignment and flowing as energy should flow. So light is actually cold once a certain frequency or vibration has been reached. There may be periods where temperature of the physical body may feel cold internally. A sudden activation of the plasma in the blood to a higher crystalline frequency can create a temporary coldness that can last minutes or days. You will also get a cold feeling, shivers, or goosebumps as a form of confirmation where higher knowledge is being purveyed. You'll see, you get chills, and you know what I'm talking about. Again, it is like the Hopi prophecy. We are the star people, or the sky people, the children that are waking up to the reality of this world just being one big lie. And our mission and our goal is to share this with as many people as we can so that they can wake up. And that's when they say the scales will fall from your eyes. So the great solar flash as high vibrational cosmic energy causes planetary ascension into 5D. So every 25,900 years, a great solar flash wipes out all lower vibrational evil energy in our solar system. A new earth of higher vibrational 5D consciousness is being born. Our sun is expected to flash approximately 2020 to 2030. No negative entities will be able to withstand the new 5D energies of our solar system. To prepare humanity is asked to meditate and remain in a state of peace, compassion, and forgiveness, and service to others. This will maintain our collective consciousness in a positive vibration that is required for entering into the harmonious 5D timeline during the great solar flashes. The new earth we've been envisioning comes true. Dream wisely. This is what we're doing. If we are beings, if you are loving and kind and caring, like I've said, you don't have anything to worry. The people that have to worry are those that are lower vibrational. Those that lie, cheat, steal, are filled with hate, jealousy, malice, envy. Those are the people that are not going to do well. Those that bribe, lie, cheat, steal, kill, they vibrate lower, and they will create illness within themselves, because if you wish ill on other people, it will befall you. It's the you reap what you sow. So if you put something out in the universe to help to hurt others, that will happen to you, and you will create your own demise. So as long as we stay loving and kind, we increase the vibrational frequency, and those that are not for our greater good will cease to exist. Learn the love that you actually are, 366. You are dreaming a new world into being. What is the purpose of a gratuity? A gratuity is a thank you. And again, we are all creating a beautiful new world that is loving, and every human on this earth has love in them. It's a normal state of being to want to reach out to those in need, and as things change, I think more and more people are going to learn this. And it's through suffering and pain and hardships, I guess, that you choose love. Because, you know, you can only stick your finger in an electrical socket so many times, and you have to follow your intuition. You know, again, what I mean by that is, if you don't listen to your intuition and you continue to do hateful things to innocent people, you're going to create your own demise. What is the purpose of an apprentice? I guess it's learning. You know, I'm here for a purpose. Let's get her done. Bind all money going to the sorcerers. Yep. All the money needs to come back to the people. Your money. The money they traded you like a cash cow on the stock market by giving you a social security card. All your taxes, your property taxes. It's all been illegal. It's illegal to do that. Book of Messiah, Nesara Gold Standard 366. You know, the powers that be wanted to just give people a monthly stipend. You know, they call themselves kings and queens, and they want these Illuminati families wanted to have dominion, right? And then they were going to give us, the peasants, a stipend. And that's not how it's going to be. Every single person on this planet ought to get everything that is owed to them, because it belongs to you. And what you decide to do with it is up to you. Because again, once money is not the primary focus, because money is mammon, which is evil, which is the money's the root of all evil, right? Because people do crazy stuff for money. Once that is no longer a priority, we will go out into the world and learn all new things and travel to other places. There's not only 7 continents, there's way more. Let's see, another day wasted on loser femboys. Hopefully not. Hopefully I can share this with folks, and more of us can wake up and realize that no, it's not okay to accept men as women. It's not, and it's something that's got to stop, because it's a bunch of crap. Okay. A, the mystery of God should be finished. It's in each of us. We're all God's children. Collectively, we are all God. It's a Christ consciousness. That's what love is. It's all being on the same level of conscious understanding, wanting the same things throughout the whole world, and that is the safety of children, and to no longer be mind controlled and our sovereignty and our free will being robbed by governments and militaries and three-lettered institutions that are not of the light. We don't need them. We can create our own communities with harmony and balance. We don't need a big government. We can just have a little government. It doesn't need to be anything like it is, because all they do is make millions off of us and to support their evil ways. So I put this in here because we're transitioning from the old earth into the new earth, and while we go through these 4D portals, that's like this magnetic field is chaotic right now. So that's why sometimes you'll feel like you're going crazy and things don't quite make sense, and especially during Mercury retrogrades like now, sometimes you will get halfway through a sentence and not be able to finish it because the thought vacates your cranium, and it's all the discombobulation. But once the energies and the magnetic fields like rebalance again, like and it's also rebalancing the left and the right hemisphere of your brain to function as one, because they've told us that we only use 9% of our brain. Again, it's because they affect the electromagnetic fields of the planet or the earth or this realm. So you're not using all of your brain, but all of that is being changed because we're increasing the resonancy. So you are using more and more of your brain function, because again, God doesn't make mistakes. We've been ruled and mind controlled by evil beings. This bottom picture is like the Earth's pole reversal. We don't... Polaris isn't our true north, Sirius is, and I do feel that strongly. So it's basically untethering from the old system and retethering into our central sun, which again is north, up and down, I'm going to say that. So as long as the energy is then flowing freely, it flows through us freely, and that's how you then are able to reestablish your spiritual gifts and your abilities. Right now we are in this diminished chaotic magnetic field space, Earth at 13.13 hertz. So this is where we're finding harmony and balance, and once we find that, we have balance, we have enlightenment, we are at peace, we have no hate, no anger, none of those emotions exist, because again, an emotion is energy in motion, and whatever you put out into the cosmos or into the universe is what you attract back to yourself. So again, it's, to be mindful and to try and remain in a positive mindset, which is very difficult in some instances when you realize that you have military and government officials and people in secret societies that want you dead because you're just about to blow the handle on them and expose them for the corrupt, evil things that they truly are. And I have this as round, and it's the Earth. It's different. It's so much bigger than we anticipated. Again, I think it's on the next slide that I cover that. Or almost. Okay, so the Atlantean cataclysm. Since the Nephilim Wars, the Nibiru Anunnaki resistance and the patriarchal Melchizedek factions decided to take over the inner Earth and start aggressive campaigns to take over the Earth territories 30,000 years ago. I think that number is incorrect. I think it's a lot more. It's probably 300,000 years ago, because that's when the fall of Atlantis happened, and they wiped out all of the A-positive blood types, which are the original angelic bloodlines, because it's an ancient allele, and that's why, I think it's all bloodlines. I'm speaking from my experience. So for me, it's like the A-positive or the Anahazi, and it's taken 300,000 years for us to get to those of us that have positive rhesus numbers in our blood, the positive rhesus factor in our blood. So we are waking up quicker, and that's what's increasing the vibrational frequency of the planet. And all those that are not of the light and are rhesus negative, which is reptilian in nature, unless they change and upgrade their DNA, they will cease to walk among us. Again, because it's from a genetic inbreeding and crossbreeding. I'm speaking about the Illuminati families that are like the AB negatives because of their genetic experimentations. The regular folks out in the general public have the options to upgrade their DNA by being kind and caring, and it is definitely something that can be done. Several power generators exploded and ripped apart the surface continents of the Earth, more powerful than the previous cataclysm at the time of the Lemurian Holocaust, killing many humans again. So Atlantis is reptilian based and Lemurian. Okay, so I'm trying to think how to do this. Okay, so let's say these are the dark energies, is the Atlantis, because they wanted dominion again over the earth, so they had to take out the Lemurians. And my little prayer that I said at the beginning of my presentation is Lemurian. And it's kind of interesting how all of that pans out. And if you can see where they anticipate Atlantis is and where Lemuria was. So Antarctica is an ice wall that is built around 7 continents. And they created this ice wall, and when they tried to, I guess when these explosions happened, they took the Earth off of its center, and that's what took everybody out of alignment. But also there was a wobble in the there's a hydrostatic firmament above the Earth, right? It created a wobble in that firmament, which caused mass flooding. And I'm starting to wonder if they intentionally created the massive big earthquakes and explosions to take it off kilter, to flood the Earth, so that way they could flood Atlantis and Lemuria. That way they got rid of all of the angelic bloodlines so that theirs could come in and take over again. So if President Trump had truly been murdered or sacrificed or whatever happened on October 2nd of 2020, when him and Melania were both diagnosed with COVID, so I guess they either were both died or were both killed or were both executed or who knows what. Once the military comes in, obviously we'll know more. But if they had come out and told us at that time of his death, there would have been too much of a dip in the Schumann resonance, and it would have caused mass flooding again, and then the reptilians would have won because they had planned on leaving Earth at that time and I guess kill everybody else out. It's the only thing that makes sense that I'm trying to make sense of what their anticipated goal was. Obviously, it's not going to happen. So, and this is a portal that you can see that's available in Antarctica. Also, I do believe there are 3 spaceships that are stuck in the ice, and that's how they've been able to harness our technologies from Sirius and other constellations in order to create certain things. Again, is to keep those of us controlled and our consciousness trapped in certain aspects. It's also like Christopher Columbus. They claim he had 3 ships. I do believe those are actually 3 spaceships. Again, there's so many technologies that they've hidden from us, and I do look forward to learning the truth about all of that. To God alone be the glory, Armageddon comes. 366. So Armageddon means the end of this time. So it's the Piscean age moving into the Aquarian age. It doesn't mean that people are going to die, not God's people. It's Armageddon for those beings that don't belong here in the first place and that don't have our best intentions at heart. Any day now, any day now, any day now, 366. Absolute truth. Yeah, you're frauds. Can't you see it all makes perfect sense? I am timed for America's revolution. Amen. And all I can say is that it is up from here. I don't prophesy, I speak the truth. Q366. A little kindness goes a long way. I am very nice. I am. Ain't till I don't want to be. Someone who is genuinely innocent. Yep. Again, in 2021, I was targeted by a coven of witches who dropped my body temperature extraordinarily low while they tried to sacrifice me spiritually based on lies. But again, you know, it is what it is. I have no hard feelings. I forgive these people because they don't know any better. They are programmed and they are totally irrelevant in my life. And once you've shown me who you are, I walk away. Because again, you know, you can't change people's minds about you. And those women that came for me are evil. And I have spoken my truth on what they've done. So there's people that are trying to pretend like they're innocent, but they're not. And they've been monitored and watched anyway. So 13.13 hertz is the great shift. My number is 13. Patrick's number is 13. It's based on your birth date. If you add all those numbers together, you can get 13 or an inversion thereof. And then this is a picture that I have of Sirius and the sun. So Sirius has a brightness that is 20 times more than the sun. And that's another reason why, you know, as your DNA is upgrading, you'll get chills and you'll feel cold. That's just all part of the crystalline structures in your body becoming activated and realigned. And then this world has forgotten about God, and I have a feeling he's about ready to remind us who he is. And that's the solar flash. I mean, there was a wow signal that went out in 1977, like I said, and that was the first time they attacked me as a child, and that was their warning that they messed with the wrong child of God, and that was their end. They are going to be taken out with the CME or the solar flash or the electromagnetic pulse that's coming. What I would highly recommend people do is try and get your body to a state of alkalinity. So do away with meat for a bit. If you can, like, try and detox your body of heavy metals and detox your body of the poison that they put into it, so that the transition can be easy for us, because we are getting solar flares and flashes in small amounts, and that's what's upgrading our DNA. On the bottom left, I have a picture of Earth. Well, yes. So if you look at it in the center, this is inner Earth. This is where we reside with the 7 planets. And then there's the Antarctic wall that goes around it. There are 2 pillars, and this is just intuitively. There are 2 pillars that lead out of this space, right? And then these are all the other continents that are here as well. And apparently there's 20 of them. So they have other life forms, other beings that live there that are benevolent, that are kind and caring. So it's basically like World of Warcraft, where if you are vibrating at a high enough frequency, and you will be able to access the portals, create portals, and we will be able to transfer or access all of these other land masses that are also part of this Earth. So it's exciting times. Putin is the total defeat of deep state. I love Putin so much. I swear, when I went on this discovery, when I was like, wait a minute, tranny-wise, what's going on? He appears to have a normal woman as a wife, so I can see where he would be totally against this other stuff, right? So it's interesting. For those who don't know why Putin entered the Ukraine, I highly suggest you do some research and find out why. He is a good guy. This dude also made it illegal to grow genetically modified foods in Russia, and I think it was either 2015 or 2016 that I saw a small newspaper clip, right? His heart is in the right place. So in the Ukraine, they went and destroyed 30 plus biolabs. So the biolabs also in this country have been run by the CCP or the Lee family that also form part of the Illuminati, and that's how they've been doing a lot of their genetic testing and stuff. And I do believe Bruce Lee went into witness protection also to help expose the corruption within the CCP in China. Because again, it's like, once you realize that this is all about genetics and altering us into what they want us to be, and it's all been undone right now. So deep state money laundering, adrenochrome harvesting, organ harvesting, human sex trafficking, and child sex trafficking. So yeah, I mean, there are 208 countries that are working together, all of those militaries, to overthrow the corruption in the governments all around the world. And I did share that in one of my other presentations where Donald Trump went to these countries and had them capitulate. So I said trouble goes away down the drain. You know, the military, President Trump said he was draining the swamp. It's actually the military that's draining the swamp, because I guess maybe they are part of the swamp, and especially if they've been hiding all of these genetically modified beings into people. Again, they are just programmable or programmed bioengineered beings. I gave them an option and they refused. Q366, go back to Draco or being imprisoned forever. Never give up, Q. Who is and isn't 366? Want to get me out of here now, please? 366. I am collective childlike wonder awakening. Because all these things happened to me when I was a child, and I'm trying to like put all these dots and things together. And again, you know, God has a bigger purpose for me, and that is to expose these people and stop them from usurping the throne of God, which again is your enlightenment, your crown activation. Visions of the past come to me often, 366. Thank you, Yeshua, for everything. A volume they must listen to hear. So yeah, it's got something to do with my voice and the resonancy, which will help people awaken to the truth. I'm not quite sure exactly what it is, but it's got to do with my voice. And then here we have Sun as a portal for hyperdimensional space travel based on sacred geometry. Yeah, the sun as we see it is a portal at this point in time that allows some of the light in. So it is exciting, and we have much to learn. I still have much to learn. I really haven't researched this. It's just what makes sense to me because there's so much misinformation. So I have to go on what God guides me and just intuitively, like I feel is the truth. Because again, you can't go to, I feel I can't just go to anybody because I don't trust anybody at the moment, especially when you realize that those people that I highly respected didn't necessarily give a flying fig about me and had ultimately decided that I wasn't worth my life and that they had more rights to it, and that, you know, JFK Jr. would just off me so that they could take my destiny. Asshole. So this is a picture that I found as well, and this is a statue that they have in front of the Gender Museum in Denmark. So there you can see how, you know, they created a woman from a man. So again, you know, all they need is some kind of incubator to create this life form, because they both have XY chromosomes. You know, why do they need women, I guess? And it's kind of sick and twisted, and it's nauseating. So there is no fear of God in the hearts of man, 366. Here Comes the Rain Again by Eurometrics. So this is Annie Lennox. Another man with makeup and big loopy earrings. Calling all nerds who aren't afraid of a beating. Yes, all of our soldiers are going to stand together and all come together again because they took an oath to protect us against enemies, both foreign and domestic, and our government and everybody involved with it are our enemies and are traitors to the people, and they need to take care of them. And I have no qualm with that, and I think they have been taken care of, and those that are still in our communities will probably be taken into custody once the military comes in, especially those that are corrupt, and they will be put in jail. They will actually be they'll be the ones that are put in the FEMA camps while they get processed through military tribunals for crimes against humanity, especially those that have done nefarious things to innocent people. My soul coded these times. I got this. I speak the truth, but no one believes. 366. Total control. Knowledge is power. You'll never walk alone, so mote it be. You're stronger than you think. That which was broken has been restored. You are strong. Each and every one of us is strong, and we will get through this. The pain, it's going to hurt because the betrayal is so deep. But again, the joy and the love and the happiness that our soldiers are bringing to us with things that they have made behind the scenes, because they made generators, they used the technology, they wanted to give you more, give all of us more, but again, it was conditional, and it was relying on them taking Patrick Tillman and myself out so that they could control the energy grid lines, again, because God created us together at the beginning of time. That goes back eons and eons and eons, because again, if you look at this from a higher dimensional perspective, and you realize that Marduk is JFK Jr. and his brother Patrick Bouvier, and then there's Patrick and myself that depict Tiamat and Maldek, and our souls are ancient, and so that's what they're after, and it's the only thing that makes sense to me at this time. Dolphins cry because there is no love. 366. So you know, when Shell was doing all of these tests and stuff, there's more to it, you see, because whales are extraordinary. All of the sea mammals are, and they use sono beaming and to detect their food, and they are highly sensitive energetic beings, and they can feel the changes in the planet, and because they are loving and kind, like they are loving beings, they vibrate at higher frequencies. So these evil freaking people had to take out as many whales as they possibly can, because it would increase the Schumann resonancy of the planet too quickly. I do believe that was why they targeted the whales to the way that they did. So here I'm sharing this. Did seismic testing for oil contribute to the mass whale stranding on Farewell Spit? So pilot whales are very dependent on sound for feeding, navigation, and communication. Evidence from the marine scientists around the world suggests that seismic testing could be bad for whales and dolphins. The government should have done research into this before it started issuing permits to big oil companies, but it has not. You see, it's really not about the oil. It's about destroying the animals that could increase the Schumann resonance of the planet, again, because we vibrate at higher frequencies. And you have a picture, a whale sends out its sounds and song. That song is loving. It's the law of vibrational energy. It's so loving, and it boosts all of us. So those sound waves reflect off a fish swimming towards the whale, and the whale uses those reflected sound waves to determine where the fish is and what direction it is swimming. It's bigger than that, because it's sending song and dance increases vibration and frequency. So that, I do believe in my heart, is why they went after our mammal sea life as well, because they could feel the beauty and the love influxing the earth with the light, and they would naturally want to increase it. I don't give two shits if you hate me. 366. America is as stubborn as a mule and blind as a bat. Rise up, let's take back control of America. I know what I'm sharing is going to annoy people, but it's like I was targeted by these people as a child because they don't want you to be free. They want to control your mind forever, and now they're not going to. So yeah, people are going to be pissed off and angry and hate me, and that's okay, because eventually you will see things from my perspective, and you know, things will change. Blacks and whites are strong together. Patriots in control by God's will. 366. Waves of the starseed volunteers. So starseeds are all of the enlightened ones. We're waking up. If you listen to the spiritualists, the tarot readers, they're all trying to teach you and share with you what's going on. So if you can tap into higher levels of conscious awareness and all of the negative energies, especially those that have us targeted, you know exactly what they're doing. before they even do it, in some cases, I do believe, because it's a negative energy. So their intention, they feed into the cosmos, and those light beings can tap into it and say, oh, this is what's wrong. So that's why in the new world, people won't be able to be deceitful. They won't be able to lie, because you'll know immediately, and they will be ostracized and thrown out. Patriots in control by God's will, 366. Yes, I've had a difficult time living in this country. Again, because I'm different and being targeted and treated horribly, and that's okay, because I now understand why. And my mission here is just to help you and help people. It's not to intentionally upset people, but again, what I share kind of is annoying, because you've been groomed and mind controlled and conditioned for 400 years, because this was their goal, was to sacrifice America. And it's not okay with me, and it's definitely not okay with a single soldier, I'm sure, and especially the guys in special ops. They want to save the children. They want to make sure that this never, ever happens again. But it needs to include all the children of the world, not only American children, all children. We do not comply. We do not consent. No weapon against me can prosper. MQ. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Take my yoke upon you and learn of me. So yeah, so the thing is, like, I really am nervous sometimes about sharing this stuff, because if people come against me, they get hurt, and and that's just what these higher level light workers are. Our light irritates the demons or the darkness in those that are not of the light, and then they come for us and they end up killing themselves. I've had that happen at one of my jobs, that I've been able to put the dots together. There was one dude that gave me a lot of difficulty, lied about me to my bosses, put my patients in danger intentionally, because he was just not a nice person, and he ended up killing himself in a car wreck. And everybody was crying, and I wasn't, because he was hateful to people that in their greatest time of need. And then I just had this epiphany that was like, oh my gosh, that is somebody that came against me, and God took him out. And that's why, I do ask, and I do say that no weapon can prosper that's formed against me. And it's just for us to be mindful and realize that there are people like me that are just trying to help others. And that's my intention. And I am very straightforward and maybe very blunt, but it's never my intention to hurt anybody's feelings, ever, because I genuinely come from a heart space and want the best for everybody. So get involved. It's time to take back America. We have to, because this country truly is based on folks that want to be loving and kind and caring. All humans everywhere, all across the earth, wants to be the best that we can to help everybody. It's just trying not to be judgmental. And again, that's why I forgive these people. But again, I don't forget. And once you've shown me your true colors, I now see who you are, and I have no more desire to work with you. And God will bring the people into my life for my greater good, so that we can get this done, and hopefully soon, reign in all things bright and beautiful for you and your family. One day you will learn just as I have. 366. Amen. Everything comes down to love. Yahweh, humanity, love, peace, happiness. The future is now. Don't be a dinosaur. It's basically what they've done. They've made us into these prehistoric things, lying to us. But again, it's going to be amazing. Okay. The truth is, no one really knows. 366. Only God can answer this question. 366. So yeah, when you say you don't really know what's coming, like, I have this vision, because we've tried to do this so many times, and I did have this vision where there's like a flash of light, and it's like it's just a bright light. It's white light, and everything then like realigns, everything is like potpourri in the air, everything is reset. Again, I would highly recommend that you try and get your body to an alkaline state, since it's an electromagnetic pulse, and since we are like little batteries, and we know that energy or electricity flows through batteries, which are alkaline, and that's what makes sense to me. If there's going to be this electrical deal, then it only makes sense that you'd want to be prepared for it. And again, not to create fear or anything. That's just what makes sense to me. Not my will, but your will be done. Take care. Nice knowing you. Stay well. Sit back and enjoy the show. Domino effect. You're going to see all these establishments crumble and fall, but you have to have faith. And also, like I've said, I would recommend that you get some provisions for 10 days. With Putin, having made GMOs illegal in Russia, I have a feeling that when all of our farmers were told to get rid of all those GMO crops, that's when they perhaps signed NDAs and started doing organically grown foods that have not been genetically modified. So I think there will be aid and relief as well. That's my hope. Anyway, thanks God, mission accomplished. Wow, 366. So again, it goes back to the wow signal, which could have been the beginning, and now it's like, okay, it's all ending. If you turn wow upside down, it's mom, which makes me think of the divine feminine. So again, we are balancing the energies within our bodies. We're balancing the masculine and the feminine, and that's like the mother and father within us, which makes us connect with our inner child, and therefore our higher selves. And it does say that God wants us to be childlike. It doesn't mean childish. It just means enjoying everything that he gives us, like the smell of flowers. That's free pollen therapy, which boosts your immune system. To listen to the song of birds, to utilize our spiritual gifts and create beautiful things, and to help one another. So yeah, truth vibrates at a specific frequency. You don't only hear it, but you also feel it. If you are not with me, you are against me. I have no mercy for my enemies. And then I have this awesome picture with Elvis and his mom Gladys. In 1988, so if I add the 1 and the 9, it gives me 10. 0 is nil, so it's 1 plus 8 is 9. Okay, plus 8 is 17, which is Q. It is everywhere, and I've shared other stuff in other posts as well. So I gave my life to Christ, and as Rufus prayed over me, he stated, "You will stand at the right-hand side of Jesus Christ, your Lord and Savior, in the presence of God Almighty in this lifetime." That's all I've got, and the faith of a mustard seed. And this is what makes sense to me, because Elvis went into witness protection. He is the spearhead of this military intelligence operation to expose the corruption in deep, dark places. He took Patrick into witness protection as well. And somehow the three of us have energetically worked together to hopefully help humanity at this time. And for all of us to realize that, we want to be kind and caring and generous and help those less fortunate. Because again, if you desire to help others, it brings you pleasure. And that's truly what love is. So a lot of the channels on Telegram share stuff. The two that I've gotten my information from is this Q Research 45 and then the Q Spartan Warriors. Those gentlemen share a lot of good information for those that are interested in knowing more. And then there are apparently people out there that have been making fake profile pages in my name, and I wanted to share my social media with you. So top right corner is my Rumble account, and then I just started a new TikTok I haven't posted anything yet because my other one was deleted and banned. And then the Heavenly Child Dash 44, that's the second one, is my Instagram. And then I've just started another YouTube channel because the other one was deleted as well. And then my Patreon is, these are all of mine. They're the only ones that I have. Any of the others out there were created by people that are against me. And again, the other website that I got information from is ascension.com. And like I mentioned, Ashiana Dion has her Voyages that also has some really good information for those that are interested. And then I have one more page after this. And again, I thank you for your time. I pray that God blesses you with the strength you need to get through each day. If you would like to make an energy exchange donation, my Cash app is Heavenly Child 85. It is never expected, but it's always greatly appreciated. Thank you for your time and for visiting with me. All things bright and beautiful to you and yours. And remember, if no one has told you yet today, I love you. And I really like this one of the Mona Lisa. This is for every person who took advantage of my kindness. Again, thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it, especially for those that have managed to watch all of it, because I know it's been extensive and long, but hopefully I've been able to help you in some way, shape or form, and hopefully we can learn and grow and love together. Take care.